6,000 lines of budget. Just snap.
All righty, I would like to call the meeting to order. This is December 11th. This is the Litchfield Budget Committee meeting, and if we could start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Our next agenda item is community public input. Is there any public input tonight? Hearing none, seeing none. Review and revisions to the agenda. This is actually on the agenda, except what I sent out everybody was a draft agenda before we moved salaries and benefits to the other night. So salaries and benefit is under budget voting tonight. I apologize, I made all my agendas up early, and then when we moved that discussion, I neglected to move it on voting as well. We do not have any minutes, although Michelle tells me she's really close. Correspondence, you all should have received class size information that Bill Spencer shared with us, the mowing contract from the town, some healthcare information that Bill Spencer supplied, and there was a question I submitted to the school board. It was a reminder about the audit information that I know Andrew is looking for. So I know that he's anxious to get that information, and we haven't received that yet. So those are correspondence that we had. So with that, we'll move right into budget review.
Madam Chair, before we start, I just want to mention that the school administration, once the budgets are presented this evening, will be leaving the meeting.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The other thing I just want to mention is Mr. Spencer was nice enough to pass out these two forms Tuesday, as far as classroom size numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And then mentioning that the school board was not following school board policy. Well, these numbers right here are not school board policy. And there is one class size, class 3, I'll agree with, is undersized for next year, but the others are not.
I think we can make that when we get on it, but what I said was you didn't follow
School board policy.
Yeah, that's what I said, and you didn't.
Yeah, there is one class size that is under on the budget, the rest were in line.
They're not in line with what?
The policy, yes, they are.
They're not.
You sent the policy out afterwards.
I sent both the policy
Yeah.
and how it's implemented.
And the worksheets that used to be used.
Right, but the worksheets aren't policy is my point.
I'm sorry?
The worksheets are not policy. The one-page policy is a policy.
Gotcha.
Yeah. The worksheets were developed when the policy was developed,
Yeah.
that they're not attached.
Right, but the numbers he shared with a few members of the budget committee are not the numbers that we go by on the school board.
And those were numbers, though, developed by the school board at the time the policy was created.
Yeah, those weren't my numbers.
Yeah, those are
numbers.
Bill's worksheets.
Right, again, all I'm saying is it's a worksheet that you passed out, not the policy.
That was developed by the school board.
Which was the school board policy at that time. Best of my knowledge, never changed.
I'm not aware of it. All right, so our first budget review is technology, or is there another order you want to go in? We have technology, building and grounds, and transportation tonight, so whichever you want to do first, it's
So
up
we
to you.
just go right now, or that's fine.
Okay, so the first one is technology. And I think we're getting feedback. We might want to close that door. I swear I hear an echo. It could just be me. Thank you. All right. Welcome, Kyle.
Thanks.
Is there any, what we've kind of done is if there's anything you want to tell us about technology, how the year's been going, why you budgeted the way you did, anything unusual, this is sort of like your chance to tell us whatever you want us to know.
Majority of this is business as usual. Major increase would be the phone system for GMS that you'll see. All three buildings have the same phone system installed at the same time. 2 out of the 3 have had major failures this year, so we're trying to start planning to replace those. It's far too expensive to do it in one cut, so theology was to start at the bottom and work our way up. The other increases were for Dr. Cochran's one-to-one computing initiative at the high school and infrastructure to support that. Other than that, it's you'll see some numbers that have been moved around, but the gross budget is fairly level.
All right. Why don't we then start with page 1? Is there any questions, anything?
A question on software, Kyle.
Yep.
Typing software for computer lab, Destiny Library software, and math software, are those all annual costs?
The math software, I am not sure on. I'd have to consult with Dr. Heon. The rest of them, yes.
The rest of them are annual? Because all 3 are in this year's budget.
Then I believe the math software would also be annual.
Anything else on page 1? Page 2?
Sort of the same question, on 734, the classroom speakers, 10 classrooms. We're doing some of that this year, aren't we?
Yes, the goal is to get 100% of the classrooms equipped, so we've been doing 10 classrooms per year.
Okay.
All right. Page 3?
Tell us about 734, the $15,000.
That is the one-to-one initiative that I mentioned for Dr. Cochran, looking to equip basically staff members with a device, either a laptop, a tablet. We haven't come to a conclusion on what device yet, but all of the, I believe, freshman teachers, correct, would be equipped with something.
And what's it do? What's it do?
Okay.
What does it do? What
What's the purpose?
functionally, what are we trying to do? When you say one-to-one, I don't,
Give them access to technology 24/7, 365, so that they can be able to work at home on their lessons, be able to grade from home with technology. Also, if you're going to ask people to use the technology and plan for a one-to-one initiative where students will be coming in and everyone will have a device, even if it's just a small pilot next year at no cost to the district, then they have to be able to have access to it, because teachers work so much from home. I mean, typically they get here, you know, at the start of the day, work all day. Many of them stay after school, but a lot of work is done at home. So unless we can provide them with the technology, and technology allows us to access here, then it's difficult to ask them to do all of that work here. They need to be fluent with the technology. They need to be good users of it. It is probably, well, depending on the cost of the price point of the technology and its class, it may be no more expensive, but at this point in time, do we have any teachers that have laptops or portable technology at the high school?
No regular ed teachers, no.
Not a single regular education teacher with a district-provided laptop.
how is the $15,000 arrived at?
Looking at if you look at the number of teachers who typically teach freshman classes, we took the number of people who would typically be involved, and I think we used about $900 as a price point, and did the math and on that. The price of portable technology that can do what we need it to do is coming down, And the decision point really is about whether or not it's imageable, and we can push stuff out to it, the ability to control it. And so that's the decision about that price point. So we've looked at products probably every 3 or 4 months, Kyle. You and I sit down and see what's there and where the price point is. And this seemed like a number that we knew would give us, the number of machines that we needed, to the quality that we needed to be able to make it work.
Frank has his hand up. I have a question I think after him.
I guess my question is this. If it's the intention of the school district to provide teachers with some types of means of communicating from their home, are you going to also be required to provide them internet access and all of that connectivity?
That's never been our policy. I don't know of any districts that do it that way.
Okay.
Right.
Since we don't have a 24/7 support staff here, how do you figure you're going to support all this after-hours work? It's inevitable that you're going to have problems in the evenings, you know, and there's not going to be any staff here to support that. I mean, do you have a plan?
Well, it doesn't work when they're away. They come in the next day to work. They can see us in.
And just to refresh your memories, when Campbell High School was opened, it was opened with staff all having laptops. And then as...
That's not my question, but they didn't have remote access. We didn't have the kind of technology we're talking about today. I was here, I set up this technology here with folks. But what I was saying is if they're going to roll out a program that says a teacher can work from home any evening or whatever, who's going to be around to support that? Because inevitably somebody's going to have problems connecting, there's going to be a problem with the VPN or whatever technology they're using to get in. There's going to be problems. I just wondered if they had a plan for supporting those after-hour initiatives.
And what I was saying was that when Campbell High School opened 15 years ago, all the teachers had laptops with the understanding that they would be able to use them at home as well. Somewhere along the line, we got away from that and went back to desktops. Not sure why, but just for that information so that people are aware that that was the original intent of Campbell High, is to have that sort of mobile access for staff. Anything else on page 3? Page 4? So on our software lease is 446. What's the big jump in cost?
The Adobe annual license, there was a biannual license in CHS, which facilitated all of the Adobe products that we use. Adobe changed the way that they license their products, and so because of that, it will now be available to the district as a whole for actually the same price we were paying, so we just moved it to reflect that cost.
You moved it from where?
From the high school's software, and it would have been 2 years ago.
Okay. And something else went up?
The Microsoft lease is up as well.
Okay. Anything else on page 4? Page 5?
Just a thought on page 5 on the phone system. Would you consider doing that by using the reserve fund money that you have?
Not at this time,
Why not?
because that reserve money is just that. I mean, we don't have money set aside, we don't do preventative maintenance in our buildings and grounds, so this is something that we're planning out in a 3-year plan.
Yeah,
Why would we?
the only thought I had, Frank, was that, we had the reserve fund for quite a few years, and only used it once, and really didn't have to use it then, actually, it turned out. But if you were to pay for this out of the reserve fund,
Do all 3 schools?
and then come in with a comparable warrant article to replace the 30,000, like you did last year, you really roll it through, and you effectively don't have to worry about budgeting it.
Right.
and you can replace it.
It's another
A thought.
strategy. It's another strategy for sure,
Yeah.
but I think Kyle will tell you that we probably would need $90,000 because all three schools are in similar position.
Say again?
All three schools, I won't speak for Kyle.
No, I know
but-
that, I'm talking about specifically
So
what's in the
it's really
budget
a
today.
three-year plan, and we would need that, without that money being rolled back into the capital reserve, we would fix one and still be left with two problems.
Well, right, and I think the other issue that you run into is doing it in an uncontrolled manner, that you take care of one, and then you've spent down that reserve, and then the next week or month or whatever, another one goes, and then you're without
Yeah,
that
I'm not
money.
suggesting that. What I'm suggesting is, first of all, because we've had the reserve, never had to use it, honestly, never had to use it.
Don't say that, please.
Well, yeah.
Because you know
true.
what's gonna happen.
Knock on wood.
Okay.
Never
But
say never.
With the budget that we have right now this year, it is so big, it's in high risk of not passing at all. So I'm just reaching for things that might be ways of reducing what we
Point's
have
well
to go
taken.
to.
Yep, point's well
I'm trying to
taken.
explain
Are
to
you
Carl.
sure that you can
And-
even
and-
use
and-
that
and-
warrant article?
I'm
Are
sorry?
you sure that you can even use that, depending on the wording of the warrant
Yeah,
article?
they can.
You might not be able to use that
They
except
can.
for emergency purposes.
Look at it, it can.
Haven't looked at it, I don't know,
I
I'm just
haven't.
asking the
They
question.
It
can.
would have to be reviewed to see if it can be used for that purpose. I don't know why the answer to
But
that.
again, just
It's
a thought.
something for us to consider, for sure. Yep.
Not debating that it has to be done.
Ray?
I'm just kind of curious, have you given any thought to what you're going to replace the phone system with?
Based on the dollar amount, we would probably be doing an RFP, and so, you know, there's a variety of good systems out there, but we wouldn't want to identify one prior to that process.
I'm just saying, I know you could put in a couple like Cisco call managers and make it redundant and cover all three buildings from one site. I mean,
Not for that dollar amount.
no, but
Yes, whatever system we do go with, the plan is for it to be a consolidated system across the district so that all three sites are eventually using one phone system. And this would be the foundation and groundwork for that.
Anything else on page 5? Page 6? Page 7?
I have a question about the additional switch capacity.
Sure.
But we added capacity last year, too.
We've been adding capacity every single year, and we've also been adding clients and things across the board. I think last year we did not, but every other year since I've been here, we have.
Anything else on page 7? That's that. Any final thoughts? Go ahead.
Yeah, can I
Dan.
go back to page 5? And these phone systems with 738. Will items 430 and 532 all work together with that? Is any of that can be eliminated with the new phone system? You know, your data communication?
No, those are the contracts for our service.
Anything else for technology? Great. Thank you so much.
Fairpoint's still in business, I know.
They weren't this morning, I can tell you that.
They didn't even have people on the picket line.
All right, next we have building and grounds.
If I may, Madam Chair, to introduce with us this evening, we'll start with Campbell High School, Matthew Bennett, who is serving kind of two roles right now. He has been up until last month the coordinator for buildings and grounds, probably during the summer, and I'm sure you saw some of the benefit of Matt's effort throughout the fall sports season. We'd like to think that Matt was a contributing factor to the football team winning the state championship. He didn't get a certificate last night, but Matt has taken over the...
Still waiting for my letter.
Maybe a ring.
Yeah, he's getting his championship ring.
Yeah, careful with that.
Matt is now the facility manager, director for the Campbell High School. So he is here tonight to answer any specific questions to the high school buildings and grounds. Dave has also taken on a new role. Dave is one of our more longstanding facility folks. He's been with the district now for 17 years. He has been managing, as the facility director of the elementary school, GMS, and then this past July, we asked him to wear a more complex hat to take over both GMS and LMS. And Dave is to be, Dave and his staff, and it really was the entire staff from the Litchfield School District custodial staff, really pitched in, and we brought a building that we found some substantial deficiencies. And Dave and his group, and Matt sending his group over, we were able to bring a building pretty well back to where we, not certainly where we want it to be, but where it was we felt a heck of a lot better come September than we did when we took over some pretty tough situations. So these two fellows, I won't give you much editorializing on the buildings and grounds budget. It's a budget that we try to put together with realizing that over the years, things happen. We have a tired building at GMS. We've got a building at LMS that is becoming equally tired and in need of substantial upgrades and repairs and maintenance. And Campbell, it continue. I've been here for a year and a half, and they keep referring it as the new high school. It's now 14 years, Matt?
14
years.
Yep.
So it too is in need of some preventive maintenance and some things that prop up that we're unaware of, like pumps that go on the bringing oil to our burners needed to be replaced. So it's things like that that I believe you'll see in the budget that we're trying to address. We understand that some of them have high ticket prices associated with them, but again, we felt that doing our due diligence, we needed to bring it to the committee's attention and make them aware that these are some of the issues that we deal with almost on a day-to-day basis. So thank you for allowing these two gentlemen. They'll be a great resource to answer your questions.
Tough to follow that.
They're gonna be looking for a raise tomorrow.
All right. Anything you guys want to add to that little introduction?
I'd just like to say, in behalf of GMS and LMS, most of what we put in the budget here is mostly outdated, just worn out, mostly dated, things that need to be replaced, such as windows. I'm looking at windows at GMS. Most reason is for the oil savings and the heat. Doors, most of them are outdated. A lot of them have not been replaced in many, many, many years, as long as I've been here anyway. Some of the ones at LMS are original. So as you'll see in my budget here, I budget many, many doors. A lot of them just rotted out. And when the wind blows, the wind comes right in. It's taking a lot of the heat out of the building. My goal is to save on oil. We all know the price of oil, how high it's going. So if there's any questions, please feel free.
I'll just say that as I was going through actually both LMS and GMS, I kept saying, oh, we just replaced that. And then, for example, the boilers, we looked at the tags and went, oh, that was 15 years ago. So I hear CHS is the new school. Sometimes we forget how quickly time goes by.
And we still have boiler at GMS, 1986, and
Yeah.
it runs beautiful. I love it.
Knock on wood.
I love it.
Stop talking about
All right, so let's start then at page 1. Are there any questions on the items on page 1? Nothing? We'll move on to page 2.
I noticed you need HEPA vacuums, so we're replacing the HEPA vacuums both at GMS and LMS. The old ones are just worn out.
That's correct.
Are these the backpack vacuums?
No, they are not. They are actually the carpet ones with the beater bars on them. Yep.
How many do you currently have?
We have two.
Both the same year?
And we're purchasing a floor scrubber. That was one of the things that Dan and I saw
Auto
when
scrubber, that was
when we were at
LMS.
LMS.
Yes,
Is that some of the places where the floor had quite a collection of wax because it had never been stripped?
that's correct.
Oh, yeah.
Many, many years of wax overs. Yeah.
Yeah. And no one knows how long that had been broken. It's been broken for a while, I guess?
The floor machine,
Yeah.
I started there in July, and it was buried in a corner, so, and it's been disabled for quite
A
many,
long
many
time.
years. Yeah.
Disabled. He's being
It's
kind.
been, yeah,
I think he
pieces
buried it.
missing and just in need of repair.
Right.
Moving on, page 3. Page 4. Do you want to run us through, on page 4, you've got some specific repair and maintenance items there. Do you want to just run us through what those are?
I certainly can. The asbestos tile removal in room 37, there's a small section of carpet in there. It's a very small room. I'm guessing off the top of my head, 8 by 10, maybe a little larger. The carpet is all wrinkling, needs to be replaced, but the only way we can replace the carpet is to remove the asbestos that's underneath it. Everything has to be taken out through an asbestos company, an abatement company. The air has to be monitored, it has to be air cleared, then they can take down the plastic container and deem it safe.
Okay.
And then we're gonna put new carpet down. The next one down is the asbestos abatement in the cafeteria. Our cafeteria, it looks like, I'm pretty sure it's original tile. The glue underneath it is come back positive of asbestos, and the tile is 2% asbestos. The tile is all curling and chipping. All the corners are breaking off these tiles. It's really bad shape. It's time we have it abated and put new tile down. I've been trying to avoid it for years and years. It's just gotten to the point now where you walk on them and it's like walking on chips. They're just breaking. The corners are all chipping off. It's in real bad shape.
Was that tested for asbestos?
Yes, it has been. Yep. Yeah, that and the mastic, black mastic. And obviously retiling it and new cove base. The next one down is the guidance room secondary door. We have two offices that are tied together. They have several kids in there at each time, and to get from one office to the next, you actually have to cut through one of the guidance offices. So everyone's thought is we put a door in the hallway to eliminate that, make them two separate offices, if you will. The next one down is the air intakes and the grills for the exterior. I say about 50% of the classrooms at GMS has through-the-wall unit ventilators, and that's their source of heat. That's their source of makeup air for each classroom. And they take air from outside each unit for each room. Each unit has a grill on the outside of the wall, exterior part of the wall. Well, they're all cemented into the wall, they're concreted, and they use lag bolts. So we have a company, I got a price from a company to remove the concrete, pull the grates out, clean them all up. I mean, this is the air intake for the classroom. We want them cleaned. And what they're going to do is reset the grate back in the wall, and they're going to use a concrete caulking instead, and then refasten it to the wall. They'll make for cleaner air quality in the building, and I know as long as I've been there, it's not been done. So I think it's overdue. Let's see, moving on. Here we go. Here's another one that we've been putting in for many, many years now. The main entrance girls' bathrooms, the toilet partitions. They're old. They've been there as long as I have. We've painted them several times, and the girls, the students, they carve words and names in there, and we're always doing spell check in there. So I think it's just time we replace them. You know, all the hardware's worn out on them. It's something we've been asking for many, many years. Yeah. Moving down, every year I try to put in for 5 new windows at the GMS. We've done it for 2 years in a row, so we have 10 brand-new windows. I like to continue on. I didn't want to hit the taxpayers with one big burden, one huge, large sum, and change them all at the same time. I'm thinking trying to take small steps here. I'd like to do 5 more. We're in the right direction here. We've got 10. I'd like to do 15 now. You're going to start seeing a savings in the heat and the humidity in the summertime. Will cost less money for the dehumidifiers. Exterior door replacement. I think this door here is the one, I think it's an original door. It's next to the 1930s building. It's in the start of the 1958 edition, right outside of classroom 10. And I believe this door is original from 1958. And all the hardware is worn out. Sometimes they don't close correctly. I'd like to get this one replaced. Just the heating savings will be immense. Moving down, the guidance office has carpeting. I had that carpet installed, I think, back in 2000. They have lunch bunches in there with some of the students, and they spill food, and we're always shampooing it. And this is a thing that she asked if we could have replaced. It's just worn out. And we're gonna have tile put in that room. And that's it for the 430. Any more questions? Any questions?
No, any,
So these are based on proposals?
That's correct.
That's like the doors and?
Yes, yeah.
any other questions on page 4? Page 5?
Yeah, Frank, on the fuel oil, the budget says $3.14 a
Current
gallon.
contract price.
Sorry?
We're using current contract
Yeah.
price.
And you would expect a different contract price next year, I assume. I assume you expect a different, one way or the
It
other.
will be different, whether it's higher or lower, we don't know. That's the, yeah, but I think we established last year that we would just use current, whatever the contract price is for this year,
Yeah.
and not hedge a guess.
Yeah. That runs through the whole school year, this
It does.
contract?
It runs through the heating season. I think it runs through April, our current contract.
Okay, so you'll have a new contract starting in June or something like that?
No, we wait
Till it's-
until September, I think we went into contract. September, October. Yep.
And do you go through another firm for this, or
We
do you
do.
contract?
We do a
with-
collaboration, a bid of a number of, we belong to a collaboration, an organization that
Do
bids
they
that
give
out.
you a forecast?
They do.
Have they given you one for this next year?
Sure.
I say again?
Sure.
You say they did?
They have, yeah. They gave us one last year as well. We use it we don't use it for budget purposes, however.
Yeah, what did they give you for next year?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Could you tell us, if you have it?
I don't have it with me.
No, I say, would you give it to us?
I don't know if I can. I don't know if it's proprietary to the company.
Okay.
We
We'll come up
subscribe to
with-
it. If, Mr. Peoples, sometimes they don't, it would be like me subscribing to something and distributing it to everyone. It's proprietary to them. We buy that from them. So for me to distribute it out to a budget committee, I'd have to check with them.
I'd
Mr.
rather do
Spencer asked
than
that
make-
I know, but
Question.
you looked puzzled by that response.
Yes.
Okay, well, that's it. We subscribe to that company. It's not something that we buy off the shelf. We pay a pretty reasonable amount of money for that.
We can always make our own number up, too. I mean,
You can make your own up as well. Sure.
prefer not to do that.
I don't know.
I mean, given the way the oil is going, sort of could anticipate it's going to be cheaper next year. Sort of.
That would be a change of strategy on how we budgeted from last year.
Okay.
All right, same thing then on the bottom of page 5. Do you want to run us through, actually 5 and 6, do you want to run us through those projects at LMS?
Sure. The 3 classrooms of carpet replacement is the 6th grade wing. We're trying to eliminate the carpeting in the classrooms. It's years and years ago, that was a great idea, but we're fading that out. I budgeted for 3 classrooms to have the carpeting removed, and there's no asbestos in this building. It makes it a lot cheaper. And then we're going to replace it with VCT tile. Here we go with the doors. Exterior door and frame replacement is all rotted. This is the gym exterior door. This is one of them that's all rotted. I think throughout the years of salting around the doorways, all the bottoms of the door frames are all rotted. What's happening is we're noticing bugs getting in the building. I mean, there's a little gap. There's obviously cold air coming in the building. And this is basically the same story for every single one of them. We actually had a snake make its way underneath the door and make its way down the hallway.
Intelligent education.
Gym storage door, yeah, that,
The math teacher?
the teacher did it perfectly. What happened is it gets stuck in the hallway. I had to go, let it go out in the woods. They're all original doors. They all need to be replaced. They're about 28 years old, or however, age of the building. The portable deck to the classrooms, I put my whole crew on that on a Friday over the summer. We re-nailed the entire deck. We replaced many, many boards. When they originally built the decks, they used steel nails. We all know what happens to steel when they get wet. And instead of using galvanized, all the nails rotted out. All the boards came loose and twisted. So we just, we hammered them all back in. I think that'll get us through the year safely, and nobody will go through it. And it looks pretty good now.
Is that pressure treated?
That is pressure treated.
You got to use special connectors for that.
Right.
How many classrooms do the portables serve?
2 on each, so it's a total of 4.
4.
And that one ramp connects the 2 together.
Okay.
Now, we saw one that had, it was redone, but it wasn't with pressure treated. Which building was that one? 'Cause I know
Oh,
we
I'm sorry,
tore-
that's GMS. Yeah, we had it all done with, it's similar to Trex wood.
Trex.
Yes, yep, yeah. Contractor came in over the summer and did that.
We
Come
had,
up.
we had a similar problem there.
Yep.
And that building at GMS houses our kindergarten and preschool. So given we want to clean that up first with the little kiddos who have more of a tendency for trips and falls, so we say, with the scuffle, yeah, so. But that would be similar to what we would look to do at LMS.
And the installation of the doors, did that assume that we're hiring out to install, or would we be installing those in-house?
Hiring to install, yeah, because the metal frames on a lot of them that need to be replaced, they're all concreted right into the building as the building was built. We had one replaced over the summer, and it took them almost a good 8 hours to remove that, to chisel it all out.
Yeah.
It was a lot of work for him.
Now, when we toured the buildings, I know it was brought to our attention, like, I think it was 3 doors that we saw, and this is showing many more than 3.
Rotted
And then the gym door was one, too, that was brought to our attention. So 3 exterior doors and the gym door is what I remember seeing from this tour that are in need.
Yep, and a storage door.
He has 2 outside storage doors. Part of the rot is that over time there was snow that was left just in place in the outside doors, and instead of removing it all, for whatever reason, a lot of salt was thrown on top of it, continually rotting it through, so there's large gaping holes in each one of them, so.
It was pretty amazing.
Yeah, I'd never seen anything like that.
If you recall, the drainage, you pointed out the drainage was the wrong way on several of those doors,
yeah,
and
quite a few
the
of them.
water sits, and we actually noticed this first when we were doing the security upgrade, and they weren't able to install it because the door was so rotted out that they couldn't service it. And then when we looked a little bit closer, it was basically held together by, was masking? No, it was masking.
Duct tape. Duct tape, that's right.
If you had kicked it
Plug duct
hard
tape,
enough, you
yeah.
could have just in one kick.
It ended up falling apart over the summer.
So that's the kind of shape that we're talking about. And if somebody really wanted to grab the door and kick it, they'd be in. Which tells you a lot about how much air is getting in and out too.
All right, and then flipping over the rest of the projects,
6?
page 6.
The boys' locker room flooring, it's an epoxy floor. As they come out of the shower, I'm not sure, you took the tour. The floor is all, it's met its life expectancy, I think. It's all cracking, it's lifting. If you walked across it barefoot, you wouldn't want to get a sliver in your foot with the epoxy flooring. It's just, we did strip it. We noticed big chunks are coming apart. It's just, I don't know if it's not adhesed anymore or if it just failed. But I did get a price on replacing that. The boys' locker room door. This thing's in rough shape. This is the one that leads from the gym to the locker room. So I can almost envision in my head the boys running across the gym and banging that door open. That thing's, it's taken a beating. It's pretty rough. It definitely needs to be replaced. The mezzanine and the ceiling in the gym. The drywall is sagging up there. It just needs to be resecured. Mr. Lynch got us a price from a reputable contractor in town to go through, bring in a lift up there, resecure all that sagging drywall that's hanging down. It's right above where the spectators would be in the bleachers. Probably not a good place for that to fall.
Now, usually with sagging drywall means there's some kind of dampness around there, and that's,
Yeah, or there's no screws in the center of the drywall. They just tacked it at
Possibly.
the ends is what the issue I could see.
There's actually a walking plank up there too, to get to the.
There's
to
a
the-
small catwalk
There's a
above
catwalk
there.
up there to
And
get
how
to
many,
so,
to
how
the
many
mechanical.
people have put their feet through there and made it sag?
If you look up, you'll see some footprints that way. But it's, to get to the mechanical, you walk through this catwalk, and I'm like, the other day we did a tour, and Dave's up there and said, come on up, and I think the superintendent was there, and
He
both
came
of
up
us, that's okay, but if you look up there, you'll see the floor, you can almost see where the footprints came through, where the sags are coming down. So it's probably through the years of taking that weight, it just needs to be
Okay, moving on. The heating pipes, I've noticed in LMS, you have a supply and return line to the boilers, and then they go all the way down the hallways and they feed each classroom. The supply and return boiler pipes come in 20-foot lengths. Every 20 feet is a connector. Connector has 2 rubber seals. These connectors are starting to fail, so when we fire up the boilers in the wintertime, they leak. They leak down through the ceiling bad enough where I gotta slide a tile over and put a bucket under it, which to me is ridiculous. I need to change several connectors, and Ray, you're familiar with boilers.
Victolic seals.
I'm sorry?
Victolic seals.
Thank you. And they're failing. And they only feel when you put the heat on in the wintertime.
You repressurize the system.
That's right, and the heat makes them expand. So right now, I'm trying to figure out exactly how many are bad, because I started there in July. I did not complete one full winter here, and I'm trying to figure out all the leaks. So we will have to get these fixed. It's just ongoing leaking. They don't stop.
Was that a price that someone gave you to do that?
Ray, I wasn't sure how much the budget for that. I just knew they had to be replaced. No, that's not an actual budget. I don't know how much it's gonna be to drain that down and replace, and I wasn't sure how many seals I was gonna have to change, so.
and this is not something that's done in-house, this is gonna have to be,
This'll have to be contracted,
Contracted.
yeah.
But the price for the doors and all of that, that's pretty much an actual.
Those I have
price.
actual estimates, yes. Yep.
Those are special ordered doors too, right, Dave?
They're all
We-
custom
they're all custom.
sized, they're
For
all
some
custom
reason,
built.
Home Depot doesn't carry those sizes, so everything, even to replace the back entrance, if you're familiar with the building, we had to get that done pretty quick, because it was the same time we were doing all the proximity swipes for the new security system, and it took us
Yep.
weeks,
Yep.
right? to get that
Every
in.
door is different. You get panes of glass down one side, or panes of glass, every one of them is different.
Yeah.
all right, but now that there's gonna be brickwork, it's gonna be reconstructed, can a more custom door be put in place? Well, it doesn't have to
They
be the
actually-
same
yeah,
exact
they-
size of what you have now,
they-
it's probably 1.5 inches, 2 inches difference.
You're right, to remortar it, he said, and I asked that question, that's a great question. He says he can get one custom fit, to fit perfect, and it'd be just the same cost as if you would have to re-brick it.
But either way, he's gonna be doing brickwork, masonry work to the building.
No.
No, not at all. On this one he did, he did not have to redo the brick.
Yeah, they cut the
He
frame,
made
they
it
take the
molded.
old one out, they put, the new frame comes in 3 pieces, they
Yep.
put it together.
Yeah,
If it's, Fits into the opening.
Even paint it before they even put it in, it just came out amazing. Yep.
Pretty much all the doors are custom anyway. There's some
Yeah.
standard sizes for new construction, but everything else is custom to what you're replacing. And
The place you find standards is in your house.
Thank you, Ray.
It's true.
Where are we here? Okay.
Lockers.
Locker repairs, yeah, I've been working on a lot of them. Every day we're getting called away to lockers not opening, or some lockers not locking. Complaints from parents, my son's laptop is in there and he can't lock it. And, just a lot of locker issues. They're original from the building. They take a beating too. The kids slam the doors, they pry them open, right?
Yeah, with me
That was
talking
you.
about
So,
that.
yeah.
That in addition to being, to secure valuables of students is a safety issue for the building.
I've been getting really
If
good at
it's
fixing
not,
them.
Locked. Somebody coming in to the building could actually hide something in one of the lockers.
Yeah,
So
right.
it's a more global issue as well as a student safety of their valuables.
Roof repairs, we're starting to get the roof down packed here. Over the summer, we had a roofer up there to take care of a few patches, replace a few patches. He found several splits in some of the corners. I guess it's just a common area in the corners, they stretch and it tore. He repaired them all. And I just noticed with this big rain here, I counted 5 more leaks, different spots. I called them back in. Once we get all these leaks fixed, I think we'll be in pretty good shape. But we diminished a lot of them. We used to have leaks all up and down the hallways, and over the summer, we pulled 171, I think it was, ceiling squares, and replaced them. As of now, we have 5 that are wet. So I think we've come a long ways with the leaks in the roof.
Apparently, this has been happening for some time as well, because there was a system in the building for actually collecting the water that was leaking through the roof. So Dave has been very conscientious in trying to ensure that we're not replacing the roof again. So
Absolutely.
When's the last time this roof was replaced? Or that, I know it was probably done in several different, couple different portions.
We had one
The
section,
newer membrane, I think, was 8 years? What was it?
five or
Five-ish,
six.
yeah.
2007.
Yeah.
The problem is that too, when we inspected the roof, when Dave and his crew went up there, plug in duct tape again. We actually had some duct tape areas on membrane roof, which, if you think about, that means we didn't do it properly. So the manufacturer's warranty, which is typically 10 years on those, if we were actually making repairs to a membrane roof, not within the conditions of the manufacturer's warranty, and I suspect probably duct tape wasn't included in that list.
You sure?
The roof is,
I'm not positive. I think if it matched the color of the membrane, we might have been okay, but it didn't.
Okay.
It was really evident that duct tape. So Dave and his crew have done it great. I mean, and when I say crew, I mean the entire district crew. I mean, we had folks that were assigned to GMS over there quite a bit this summer.
I guess that brings us to sprinkler repairs. We had a company come in and do the inspection, as they do, at the LMS for sprinklers, and they found some flow switches and just things, I guess, outdated, and they replaced. I just wanted to put the 2,500 in there in case that happens again. We have, sprinkler system is in 2 sections. One section we replaced this year, and I'm thinking maybe next year we might have to do the other one too, flow switches and clapper valves and whatever may go wrong with it.
All right,
Any question on those?
great,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay.
Anything else on page 6? Page 7. And at the bottom of page 7 are, again, the repairs and maintenance for CHS. You want to run us through those?
Sure. Divider Jim Curtin, it is 14 years old. There's definitely some issues with mobility, opening and closing at times. So it's repair only to take care of the runner on top. So it is movable. It gets stuck numerous times. Numerous plumbing repairs. as I go each day, I find more and more. It's just stuff that wasn't noticed that we're starting to come across, and so it's just an ongoing deal. Again, it's no longer a new building, so repairs to the roof and the gutters. Again, as Dave was saying, that after this last rain, we found many more areas that we have leaks from that we're slowly getting and patching. The gutters are consistently rotting out throughout in different areas. So I believe the estimate came from an outside company. I don't know exactly. I didn't get that. So I'm still trying to sift through and figure out where that estimate is. And then divider walls in rooms. They're basically side-by-side rooms. We have repaired, since I've been here, the 8 years, numerous walls over and over again, pieces falling off. I guess the first few years they used them constantly. Once they started having issues, they stopped moving them around as much. Some of the walls have actually seized in place, so we've had to unearth them. And there are parts, we just found a box of parts that went to a room, and I honestly can't tell you exactly how it works. I have no clue where the parts go to. It doesn't make any sense. That was an outside company estimate come in to do all the standard repairs, get them up and running so they are movable. It doesn't create a safety hazard for the kids.
So these are repair, not replacement?
Repair.
Okay.
Yep. SCU offices install VCT throughout. You'll notice if you've been in the superintendent's office, that carpet is fraying, dirty, disarray. It includes the existing code base. And that also goes for the special services office where the next room over, you'll see. So basically putting VCT throughout the entire SAU. Again, it gets a lot of traffic. I actually do not know which room C134 is, to be honest with you. So I cannot comment on that one. I'm still trying to get the room numbers in my head. 248 is one of our specialist rooms. They house numerous students during the course of the day for tutoring, standard teaching, mentoring. The traffic that is in and out of there, there's, I believe, 8 teachers that are housed there, or paraprofessors, excuse me. And that room is also, it's time to change over to VCT. The carpet throughout is starting to fray everywhere. And again, the music room, it's the same thing where you're talking a much higher traffic in the music room. You know, again, tonight you have the middle school, they're using the room. That's starting to bubble in several areas. Seams are coming up. So the quote, and I did see the quote on that one, the quote for that is for a commercial high traffic area carpet throughout. And the replacement of the loading dock staircase. This stair, through a lot of salting over the years, has deteriorated in 3 different places. We've actually patched it the last 3 years, one step at a time. This past year we had to patch 2 stairs because the patch itself didn't hold. So the only solution that we've come up with that makes sense is to take the entire thing out and start anew, put a new system in there, and it should last. Again, that's another area that we had a lot of salt over the time, just left on it, just ate away at it and ate away at it.
So do we have a plan to maybe stop using salt and using something else?
Yeah, we're using a treated salt. When I say salt, I mean they were using calcium chloride, which is not good for it. You can't let it sit on cement, it just eats away at it. You know, when you have ice, and as it starts to dry, you're going to want to push it off, especially cement. It's the stuff that we use now, more or less, whether it's the magnesium, which is a much less powerful product for that, deteriorates rather quickly as it starts to get warm and the water hits it. takes, and it doesn't allow the water to stay stagnant in one area. So it's not gonna sit and just wear away at a course of time. So we're using better product.
Okay.
So-
Otherwise, in a few years, we're gonna
Well,
find
so it
ourselves.
defeats the purpose, that we keep doing that right. you know?
Yeah, okay.
Do you have quotes for that particular job? Because I have to
Yes.
tell you, $10,000 sounds very unrealistic. Seems like,
Yep, we do. We can actually get several, we can get other quotes if you need be. That's
no,
not a
I'm saying you have an
Yep.
actual quote.
Yep, I did see it. I know the previous facilitator
How many
had.
square feet is that area?
It's one loading dock.
Yeah, it's
if that.
one loading dock area. It's the whole front base of it, the stairwell.
It's next to right outside the cafeteria.
We actually did 3 years ago, we did the entire truck padding area that drives back down. The entire area was taken out and redone because it was all worn away from the sand and salt. At that time, we did a front facing of the loading dock itself, which is starting to wear out, which is included in the price as well. So my understanding was that the trucks would just back up there and just dump and move out, which was great because you didn't have any slips and falls, but the stuff just sat there over the course of time and was never taken away.
Did you get us square footage,
I can do that for you, definitely.
please?
Yep.
Thanks.
We have a quote on that. There is a quote.
Yep,
It should be right on the quote.
yep, no. I'll
I
get
do
it
a
for you.
lot of estimating for that, so
So
just
if you-
kind of
If
curiosity.
you give us a lower price.
Yeah,
for
well, then
that,
we take a
we'd
lower
love to
price.
have it.
I don't know,
Just have to declare, no.
I'm not that loyal to who we use, you know? I like them, but.
just do my job.
All right. Anything else on page 8?
Yeah, tell us about the air duct cleaning.
The what, I'm sorry?
The air duct cleaning.
Air duct cleaning, that's a new thing.
Air duct cleaning, this building, as I stated earlier, is 14 years old. Preventative maintenance calls for air duct cleaning once every 3 years.
What's involved?
This is the first time that has been budgeted. What's involved, I'll let the gentleman tell you that, but we just had it done at LMS this past month. What's involved with
Oh,
cleaning the
okay, I'm
ducts?
sorry. Yeah, they block all the ducts,
Yeah,
all the diffusers, they take all the vents out, they block them all off, they get all the way to the end of the trunk line and open it up.
okay.
They send a device in there with fingers,
Rubbers, right?
and it scrubs all the ductwork, and they have a vacuum down at the opposite end. Sends everything down the other end, whether it be, spores or dust, or everything goes right into the vacuum. And it cleans them right out. And when they get to a heating coil, then they hand clean that as well with a brush. Everything gets done. It's a nice, clean process.
Sometimes they use ferrets, too.
And I have a question.
We're gonna
They
get
might
them
actually
out.
find one
They
up
might
there,
be
so
in
it's
there.
possible.
Time out.
Bad houses, we could have
Fewer ducts at LMS than here.
Fewer, I would say no. We have a supply and return. It's for the fresh air, and then we have the air conditioning. So I'm not familiar with the high school's units.
What's it cost to do LMS?
$10,000 for one hallway.
So you didn't do the whole system?
No, we could not afford it.
And this is a larger building. This is twice the size, isn't it? What's the square footage here?
I have a question, though.
Excuse me, let me stay on this
113.
one. Right, if I could.
Yeah.
So how is $70,000 arrived at?
It was a price quote.
There's a quote. And if it isn't done, what's the penalty?
Bad air quality.
Have we done air quality testing that say we have bad air quality?
Well, if preventative maintenance
Said
calls
air
for
quality
every
testing.
3 years and the building is 14, that would lead one to believe, without having to go out and get it, spend thousands of dollars on air quality tests, that we probably need to have the ductwork.
One might draw that conclusion, but if you don't have the
Right.
money to do it, then
Then we go another year
Don't do
without
it.
cleaning out the ductwork.
Right.
Yeah.
so there is no air quality test that you've done that supports that. But your premise is
We're
a
going on
valid
preventative maintenance
premise.
guidelines, Bill.
Valid premise.
Preventative maintenance guidelines calls for a cleaning of every 3 years. of ductwork.
$70,000 every 2 years?
Three.
Every 3 years? You
Well, I mean, you gotta realize, the
Well,
quote.
maybe the quote is because it hasn't been done every 3
Right,
years.
this quote is based entirely on the
I
fact
was
that
gonna
it's never
say.
been done.
This is work that's never been done, so maybe every 3 years, it would be substantially less than that if we were following the maintenance plan. We can certainly get some information for you, but it would be reasonable to think that somebody coming in to clean the ductwork that hasn't been done in 14 years probably is anticipating some more work than they maybe would if it were done every 3.
I have done at LMS, there's a difference in the age of LMS and CHS, and the type of technology they use for putting in the heating system at LMS and the type of technology they hear at CHS is vastly different by age. I can sit right here and I can look up and I can
That's
look
what
at
I
that
did
duct,
too.
and that duct is flexible duct. You're not running any machine through that. That's first thing. Secondly, did anyone take and send a camera down any of these things just to light them up and see if there's any dirt in them? Because that's usually what they do to determine whether it needs to be done or not.
The flex duct usually just goes to a main trunk right above the ceiling. It's
Yeah,
probably
did
2,
anybody
3
open
feet.
up any of the
I have
trunk
not.
hatches and take a look down those?
I cannot answer for the previous facilitator who had the individual that come through, that gave the estimate.
I'd be curious to see what that looked like, you know, that's a quick, simple visual inspection. Not real high-tech, no air quality testing required. If you look in there and there's a half-inch layer of dirt, then you have a problem. Usually you have to do cleaning because of rodents and those kind of things. It's not necessarily dust, because we're filtering the air before we bring it into the building. We have to deal with lint and stuff that comes off everybody's clothes. But if there's not a substantial amount of dirt in there to warrant the cleaning, I mean, we'd be money ahead. And it seems like that would be a cheap, simple, couple of $100 inspection before we invest $70,000.
I'd like to add a little to that. Although I'm not in that business now, for a number of years, I owned a residential and commercial air duct cleaning company. And most of the places that needed it were homes, a little tighter, smaller, and cats and dogs. And commercial was a different story. The newer systems, maybe if it was just something ducts were put in 50, 60 years ago in the older systems, it could be warranted. In a newer school like this, you're right, it's flex, it goes to a solid piece of ductwork. The systems are powerful. Any of the lint or anything that makes it up there is typically making it to the filter. Some of it may settle down, but if it's strong enough to make it up into there, it's making it to the filtration system. That's on the return. On the supply, that's clean air coming out, blowing out. So even if you did need duct cleaning in the returns, you would not need it in the supplies. It could be, a point could be made that if it wasn't done, it could be less expensive if it's done more often. This is simply a process. The same process has to be done regardless if there's an 1/8 of an inch or a 1/16 of an inch of dust in there. So the same amount of labor and the same amount of taking the diffusers off and running the system through. So it shouldn't make it any less or more expensive given a couple of years, because the process and the labor is the same. In my opinion, if you were to get up there, you really wouldn't see anything in there, other than maybe if you rubbed your finger over it, it might just be a very light layer of dust. That is a lot of money, and I don't believe it's really warranted. But it wouldn't be harmful to if you get up there in a ladder, and even if you had to cut a hole in the duct and then put a patch on it in the 12-inch plenum and just stick your head up in there and a light, I think you'd see that it's not that bad.
I would say for $70,000, I would like to see something anyway, spend an hour, something. I mean, that's a lot. It's been 14 years, but make sure.
Do we have a copy of the quote, Frank?
I'm sorry?
Could we have a copy of the quote?
Have to find it.
Well, again, we've had a change of facility managers, so the person that did put the budget together is no longer with the district.
I would imagine
Okay,
even
but-
anybody given a quote would want to.
It's difficult to find it, but
You don't know where it
I'll
is?
figure it out, Bill.
We have to figure out where it
Do
is.
something. If I gotta get another one, I'll get another one,
Well,
yeah.
if it was done that long ago, is the price even still valid?
None of these prices are valid.
Well,
These are-
just ballpark?
Budgetary.
These are just to come in for budgetary purposes. No contractor's going to hold a price till
I just
next
doesn't know. I would.
June,
When
July.
when was it done? Because even then, they might say it's been 5% labor increase,
Oh,
budget number. I mean,
everything, all of our budget numbers are impacted by time. You know, we call the contractor up and
I'm
material
saying-
may have changed.
Probably,
You're looking at 8 to 10 months from now that some of this work won't be
yeah,
done.
I mean, I would guess that it was done around May, early June, because before we sent our packs in, we know it was done, so.
So we're talking within the past year and not
Yeah,
like.
oh, yeah, definitely within the past year.
The heating and air conditioning systems within the past 20 years are really good, high efficiency, and I know you guys are maintaining the filtration, the filters, and changing them as needed,
Right.
and basically that is really sufficient, in my opinion.
Anything else on page 8? Page 9?
What is extra plowing requirements outside contract? What's not in the contract?
We've made, like last year, we had mounds built up, so we had to remove some snow from the parking lots. In other words, we kept pushing. It's not in the contract that they would bring in a front end loader to remove some of that snow. Some of the corner cuts we had to remove some snow, similar to what you'd see on the highway when they do the ramps and they have to move. That's not necessarily in the contract, doesn't need to.
Clean the swales out, they've actually gone in with the front end loader and
Yeah.
took the ice away from the swales, so we got proper
In the
drainage.
spring, I think we had to remove some of that snow, especially here at the high school. It wasn't draining properly off of the roof drains.
All right, page 9, page 10.
Just
Poke myself in the eye.
a simple question, and it's not really for you guys. I assume that as far as the fuel is concerned, that you're getting from the town,
Yes.
and they bill you, I guess. That'd be the way it works.
Yeah,
Okay, so I'm looking at what you've been billed the last couple of years, and the budget number is significantly higher than what you've been billed the last couple of years. And when we did the town budget, we took into account what we thought the gas price was gonna be next year and made reduction. So my suspicion is that 3,200 is more than you need, and we ought to be matching up whatever's in the town budget in your budget.
we have more equipment, just speaking for the grounds department, we have more equipment that is, we also have part-timers, more than we have in the past, where we're actually using equipment more, using more fuel. We also now make frequent recycling trips to the weigh station with the vehicle, so we're using that, trips back and forth in between the schools with different product, whether it's for food service or whatever. So we're doing a little bit more than we've done in the past, and that's where I came up with that number.
Yeah, it tends to be a wash, because we're gonna see in both budgets, and
Kind of hoping.
just want the same number
Yeah.
in there, that's all. For
Yep.
some reason, I thought we had 3,000 in the town budget.
For the school?
How much?
What are you saying, for the school?
Yeah,
I don't recollect off the
that's
top of my
okay.
head.
I've got it somewhere here, Frank.
Page 11.
I've brought this up for a number of years, the power sweeping of the parking areas, and last year, I did motion to cut each school by $700, and it was supported by this group. Were you able to get the job done? What exactly do you do in each school under that power sweeping of parking area and driveways? Because that 700 back in, again, it's up to 1,200 in each school.
That 1,200, I believe the 1,200 is consistent with prices that we have. Are you sure that's the 700 back in? Originally, what I'd asked, we had decided to go with 2 sweepings of the parking lots, because what happens is you have, just before graduation, we still have a lot of, and just before school opens up, 2 different times. So if you're just doing it once, there's still a lot of sand and whatever, that, obviously we don't have the equipment to do it ourselves. So the process, the $700, I believe, was added on to the 1,200. I think at the middle school, I believe they've gone up in the 8 years, not $200, but close to. I'm trying to think. The Griffin, I gotta find the Griffin one real quick. Yeah, and Griffin has gone up, but Griffin, we've also added a lot more parking space. They're also doing the full playground. And the middle school, they're actually spending a little bit more time cleaning out corners, areas that, they're starting to charge us for a little bit more, I guess.
So it's subcontracted out to.
Same company that does it through the town, which is the estimate we get from it's the town's contract, FBL. So it's,
Again, I mean, I know where I feel comfortable on those, but I guess I could,
I definitely would love to go less, but unfortunately, this is the quote that they gave me to do, so I had to go.
I guess I'm just,
I'm all for cheaper.
yeah, I'm just,
Yeah.
I'm just having a hard time. I don't believe, I mean, I'm not saying I don't believe that's what the quote is. It's just I'm having a hard time comprehending, like a GMS or an LMS. Those are tiny. And I do know, most of these sweeping companies charge $125 an hour with a 4-hour minimum, and in 4 hours, you get a heck of a lot done. So I'm still, you probably get the 3 schools done in 4 hours.
Again, we're using the town contracted company without going on to another, outside company,
Right.
which, you could definitely go low bid, but much like the crack sealing and basically the painting of the pavement, you'll notice the difference when you go low bid as opposed to something with a higher, it's worn away a little bit faster.
I do believe it
I don't know
takes
if I can
all
answer for
4
it, Chris, I
hours to
wish.
do the 3 schools with a sweeper and factor in dumping and, I mean,
Right.
and it does it twice. So that's.
Well, I know
No,
also,
this-
I have a
this-
concern about.
This quote is only once, this is only once a year.
I thought you'd do it before graduation and then before school starts again.
Right, that number doesn't reflect that quote that I put in a few years ago that was, maybe like Chris said, that they decided to go with one sweeping, which is fine. Our solution to reduce the.
So that's what Chris was
Right.
saying, is that you put in a second sweeper.
Well, my belief.
So they're
is-
both right,
Well,
you're both right.
Well, my belief is two-part. My belief is that you really only need one a year. Just,
Right.
you wait till the winter's over, the sand's done, you get it all up. And then we brought it down last year. This budget committee recommended 500 for each school for sweeping, and now it's back up to 1,200 for each school.
Which I believe didn't cover the actual cost, and I'd have to go back and look at the bill.
Because again, in my mind, I said, I think it's 8,000 to do the every street in town, both sides. So
And I think you can talk, yeah.
3,600 for just 3 schools.
Right,
So
and I think
it
if you
just-
talk to the head of the highway department, he'll tell you the difference, there's a difference between doing streets as opposed to doing parking lots, and with, I'm only going with the quote that we get from the town. If we could definitely go in another direction, it's not a problem.
No, I think the direction.
Trying to stay like consistent with, our goal is if we're using the same companies as the town, hoping we're getting better deals, it's.
Yeah, it's only in once.
Right.
No, it's in each school.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Well,
it's like
then,
each
yeah,
school has
then-
one, yeah.
I happen to know the company you're using, and very reputable, very
Yeah.
good guy. I also happen to currently be in that business myself. I own, so that's why I know, I feel comfortable with what my numbers are unless I heard something different. That's why I just keep asking every year, what's
No, I understand.
going,
Definitely.
what's the deal with that?
All right, anything else on page 11? Page 12.
I have a question. 733, 737, 738. If I add that up right, there's 4 storage sheds in there. Am I reading that right? I think I might have made a mistake.
That's 4. So there's 2 sheds for both ball fields. There's a storage shed that doesn't say where it is.
Mhm.
And another storage shed that it doesn't say where it is.
Right, those are additional, yep. Yeah, the middle school fields are at Griffin, there's 2 fields there, 1 for each one, and then the high school has 2 fields. We've had some plastic units that I was able to get relatively inexpensive, they've been broken into.
I was going to say, that seems like it would be something we've broken into a lot.
Yeah. So the idea here is to, on each one of those, is to put permanent sheds, similar to like what the recreation department has, that we would keep the equipment there, that only certain people would have access to it, as well as field equipment, because what happens is we can't leave rakes, equipment, anything, so if somebody's using the field, they don't have access to it. It's simple of calling me and saying, what's the combination that you have, or getting it done, and then going and replacing equipment, so. It helps with field maintenance if we have the equipment there, I guess that's the best way to do it, you know.
Page 13.
Yeah, I noticed the 2 more sheds there.
Different fields.
We've got GMS and we have CHS.
Yeah, 2 different complexes, so. And CHS, actually, we have numerous teams that use it. If we leave the bases out, there's always the risk of $200 base getting stolen. Or you've got to have somebody here in order to get the base to the people that are using it. We don't always have access to the building, so again, and rakes, drag mats. In the past years, I've had rakes stolen, drag mats stolen. You know, rake is $50 to $70 for a decent infield rake. Drag mat, you're talking $100, $150, $200 for a really good drag mat. And things that, this maintains the field, so if we require the people using the field to do certain things, the field lasts longer. So having a storage shed to keep the stuff in makes it a little bit more accessible for them. Cuts down on any of us having to come in, creating overtime. You know.
Page 14.
Rec commission.
That's what I was thinking.
Page 15. Go ahead, Greg.
Underground oil tank inspection.
Every 3 years by the state. That's both schools, GMS and LMS.
That's both of them?
Yep.
So each one.
No, each
one.
That would
has
be
That's
each.
for just
that-
one school.
Right.
That's correct.
Right,
This
yeah,
is
do
for
it
one
each
school, I'm
school.
sorry.
But each school has, yeah.
Each school has one inspection.
That's what that'd be Greg Bryson school.
Page 15. Page 16. Page 17.
Okay, talk about the GMS blacktop for the playground area.
Yeah, it's all cracked. In the wintertime, it heaves and it separates and it leaves big high spots. The kids are running across the playground and they trip and fall. We're getting a lot of injuries. Summertime, it shrinks back down, and we've had it sealed.
Still wide cracks, though.
Wide
Yeah.
cracks. We've had it filled in, I guess, with crack filler, and it keeps separating. Not really noticeable, though, until the wintertime when that thing heaves up. I mean, it's a serious trip hazard.
And we've had numerous years of the swale overflowing, going into there, creating ice, cracking, you know, this. So you're having a lot of shifting with the pavement. The cracks are getting bigger, so.
This is the area inside
This-
where
yeah,
the
the-
Jersey barrier is?
To the left of Jersey barrier, behind the new
Right.
fence work that's there, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
How many square feet there, or square yards? Curious.
What is it? It's, hold on. It's 40 yards by, I believe it's 40 by 40.
Oh, it's gotta be bigger than that for 47 grand.
40 yards,
It's a
yeah.
total of 2,369 square yards.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been a while.
Same question on the 450, the shade structure and installation for playground.
Yeah, they're asking for a small, I forget what you, let me see what I have.
Similar to what they have over at Dare Pond.
Right, just a cover for the kids to get out of the sun, the hot sun, sunny days. The kids can go in there and sit down. A pavilion, I'm sorry. That's what they're looking for.
Would you consider that as a warrant article? it sounds like it's an optional thing.
Yep,
Is it cool for that?
yeah.
I'm just,
Mr. Thompson, go.
do you have any feel how the school board feels about separate warrant articles? I guess that's my real question.
Something to consider.
That'd be my suggestion.
Pool topper pyramid, 24 by 24 with an 8-foot entrance. Installation of a shade structure.
All right, page 18. That brings us to the end of building and grounds.
I have a
If you had it.
Yeah.
All right, some final thoughts?
general comment on
Mr. DLB, he's
the 430 account, okay? Because I don't know how this committee's gonna come out on this. I really can't make a judgment on what you folks want to do, what priority-wise. You guys know what has to be done there. But when I look at the total 430 account, the requested budget is almost $500,000, which is up significantly from what's in this year's budget and up significantly from what was spent last year. I don't think that's sustainable, to be honest with you. And if I were doing something, I'd probably make just a general reduction of $40,000 or $50,000 in that account and say, here's what the number you got to. See what you can do with it. Because quite frankly, that really is one of the drivers that's driving the total budget up. And like I say, I can't make a judgment on should you do this, that, or that. I think you guys know what has to be done, and you can set the priorities better than anybody in this committee can. So my suspicion is when we get down to it, we're going to suggest 430 account be some different number.
Bill, I think the numbers you see in here are the priorities. It's not like, this is everything needs to be done. These are the priorities that need to be done.
And understand what I'm saying, that they may be the priorities, but maybe they can't all be done.
I would only ask you, Bill, just, and I understand, I'm not arguing the point of just saying, when you think about whatever the reduction is, realize that when we came up with these priorities and took things away at the table, these are things that were not done for many years for whatever reason, and they were, again, there's a plethora of items that could be brought to the table saying these are high-ticket items, but however, these are the major items.
Well, I look at what,
So, I know it's a difficult task that you have.
last year, at each of the schools, you really didn't spend a heck of a lot of money. And my presumption is that's because we're in a default budget.
Right.
And quite frankly, this whole committee is very concerned about that same thing happening again next year. And if it does, then you're not going to get these anyways.
Right.
So we're better off if we can bring the total budget down to a reasonable number that we think the voters will accept, and then you can get a lot of what you want to get done.
That's definitely.
And
I don't envy you.
Yeah,
I see a lot of, I know when we did our tours, we saw a lot of maintenance issues that unfortunately have not been done over the years, probably due to lack of funding and priorities being elsewhere. So I see a lot of things that are critical, but I do see a couple items that can wait a year or two. So I think probably at least 50,000 is a reasonable reduction of, and maybe even more, of things that could be put off without impacting really serious stuff like doors and windows and carpeting and things.
And just to follow up on that, I think there's some items in there that are grossly mispriced. The $10,000 for the Victrolic seal replacement and those main runs in the heating system.
Yeah.
We stock and sell that stuff to our clients. I mean, Victrolic seals themselves, the seal piece, all you do is unbolt 2 couplings, the seal slides off one way, you slide the seal on, you put the coupling back over it. A number 77 seal is like $5 or $6, the seal itself. You don't have to replace the whole coupling. So
That's the one I was not sure, though.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
there's
Yeah.
some areas in there, it's a good call on fixing those so they're not leaking, but I think you can do it for a lot less money, I think, if you actually get a good price.
Sure, yep. And I wasn't sure how many we have to replace, so that, once I get a full
It's-
number and I can, drain down the boilers.
Yeah, once you drain it down, they're
Yep.
short and easy to replace.
It has to be done in the summer. So-
You're gonna have a hard time with that no matter what, because
I know.
taking the pressure off the system
Yep,
always moves things around, and it heats and
it's
heats.
gonna create more.
Well, when it heats up, it expands, right? So you get a little movement in that coupling. There's not much you can do about it.
That was a tough one. I was having a hard time getting a solid price on that one.
There's no doubt, I mean, like Cindy said and Bill said, you know, a wrinkled carpet or something, could one thing wait, two things wait, that's possible. There's a couple issues, I think I brought them up. The only ones that I'm really concerned about is the air duct cleaning and the sweeping. And other than that, if everybody in here remembers years ago when the voters rejected the building a new GMS, the majority did reject the new school. However, I don't know one person that was against repairing and upgrading GMS and getting it to a safe, usable, weather-tight. I mean, that's what the voters said. They said, no new school, but put the money in and get done what has to get done in CHS. So a lot of this is important, and it's true, a lot of maintenance has been cut out, mostly for budget reasons, and I know, being in the business, maintenance is the first thing that people cut back on when money is tight. So, yeah, money does have to go into, and a lot of this stuff is valuable and necessary, doors and things of that nature. It's just a shame, I mean, you know, asbestos, you know, it is what it is. The law says you gotta get it out. And it costs a heck of a lot of money to do it.
All right, thank you, gentlemen, very
Thank you.
much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, ladies,
Good
gentlemen.
to see you, Dave.
See you too. Thanks.
You guys gonna stay to my transportation?
We can. Thank you so much.
All right, our next budget review is transportation.
Opening comments, Madam Chair, on transportation. These are two, the regular transportation and vocational, and both areas have been problematic, as you've heard in the past. Regular transportation, because we had the default budget, we did not change the approved, so that's why you see a substantial, approximately 16% increase in the regular transportation, because again, we did not change the approved budget. We kept it at the figures that we had because we had the default. You also have a fuel adjustment there, which I can explain to you why we haven't spent any money in years past, but are still budgeting that figure. And vocational is a substantial increase, and I have some information there for you if the committee wishes to kind of highlight what has become a problematic area for us in providing transportation to students that are leaving Litchfield to attend schools outside of our district.
All right, why don't you start from the top then?
The regular transportation is being budgeted at $520,000. Those are, as you can see by the notes, those are the current rates. We are this budget year, 2016, will be the second of the 5-year contract with the provider for a student. The contract calls for a daily rate. You can see there in the notes of $277 times 10 buses times 180. It's a pretty quick calculation. So we do have 10 buses that run throughout the district to service that. We also have late bus at both CHS and LMS. That's for co-curricular after-school activities that go on. And again, we have a daily rate for that. There are 2 buses that accommodate both of those schools, and that runs 175 out of the 180 school days. And then we also budget for any special accommodation for transportation for students with disability that may have a short-term disability, that we have to provide some transportation to and from home to school. We budget $3,000 for that.
So I didn't hear the discussion, but I understand there was a discussion about possibly reducing a bus.
We are working with the first student because they are far better than we are at tracking and looking at bus routes. You know, we do twice a year we do a ridership count here at the high school, and it's not uncommon if you stand out in front at 2:30 to see 2 or 3 students getting on a bus. And so obviously that's a cause for concern from our perspective, as are we getting the value that we need to. Well, in order to derive the savings to reduce a bus, you don't experience the savings by just reducing a bus at a school. because that bus still has to come here, still is in district, so you have to look at cutting that bus throughout all 3 schools. We have asked the bus company to look at the possibility of reducing the number of buses that service the district as a means to cost save. They have that request. It's going to take a little bit of time. One of the issues that I'm sure you've heard at the school board level as well is that the problem is the bell schedule of the 3 schools. It's kind of, for lack of a professional phrase, wacky. Because they have to really move around the district real fast. 7:30 here, start time, and then we've got, in the afternoons, we've got the middle school dismissing before the high school, so that's why you'll see, if you look at the bus routes of the 10 buses, they average around 16, 17 minutes, because they've got to move, those 10 buses are moving around, even though Litchfield in area-wise is somewhat small. It's in order to accommodate the bell schedules of the 3 schools. So the board has heard from me that if in fact First Student comes back with a proposal to decrease the number of buses, it will probably have some sort of component of maybe changing the bell schedule.
So when do you expect some feedback from the bus company?
I've asked them, they've had it for a while, they're working on it. I suspect we won't see it for any short term. They do it by hand right now, and they have some new software coming in from their corporate office in Chicago, I'm being told.
See, when I look at the number of buses we've been running with the number of kids that we've had in the system through the years, and the number of kids we have now, it just makes sense to me that you could reduce the number of buses. And I was quite pleased to see that the board had suggested you take a hard look at it. And I know I saw something in there about coming back to deliberative session, possibly or something. I will tell you, my inclination would be to ask the budget committee to reduce 2 buses. That'd be my inclination. And, then if First Student finally comes back and says, not a good deal, then maybe add it back into deliberative or budget hearing wise. But my inclination would be to take the bull by the horns of this thing. So that's the way I would be coming at it.
It's also one of those things you don't want to jump to. Like Frank mentioned, okay, as far as school schedules,
Yeah, I know.
school start times, well, that's all done by the LEA, so that's in contract.
Yeah.
You can't just go change the start times. And eliminating 2 buses, you can't just say, well, let's just eliminate 2 buses, unless you want to start carpooling.
We're optimistic, Bill, but quite honestly, you'd think that with fewer students, it would take significantly less time, but the problem is you got the same, if not slightly increasing numbers of routes,
Yeah.
and you may have virtually the same number of stops, but only 3 kids getting on instead of 4. So the savings of time may be very little, so making any changes, and we're hopeful. But until, we see the numbers, it's gonna be hard. Right now, the runs are relatively manageable. If you're doubling the runs, it shouldn't be, but, we hope.
And my inclination, like I say, would be to put the pressure on to get it resolved before deliberative. That'd be my take on that.
I see nothing to make First Student jump on that real quick if they're gonna lose business on 1 or 2 buses, so.
That may be part of the answer. I don't know. Again, we can only request that they provide us with that. It's not a contractual obligation that they do it. They're doing it because we requested. So to the extent that they're going to move fast, Ray is probably lack of a motivation to say, I'm sure if we asked them we want to increase by 2 buses next year, they would have
Figure that out
for
in a
you
minute.
yesterday. So
How many years is this contract?
it's a 5-year contract.
So it's a 5-year contract priced at, with expectation that gas prices are going up too. So it's really, First Student, they may not look at Bandit this next year. It's just unfortunate.
Anything else for transportation?
Oh, yeah, let's go to voc ed. Are you kidding me? You see that increase in voc ed? You dare
I'm
say
just
that?
moving us along.
Right. How are we transporting the kids this year?
We have, let me back up a moment and give you some of what's happened with voc ed. The numbers in voc ed over the past 3 years has increased twofold. We have approximately 30 students now that are participating in voc educational programs. The area agreement that the district has, we have an area agreement with Nashua, Alverin, and Milford, which will take in students that elect to be part of a vocational educational program. Problem is, and I'm looking at right now, and I can provide you with this too, we start transporting students at 6:15 a.m. We have in our contract with First Student, they will provide shuttle service between those three locales. The only two that we're using is, well, I say three because I consider, because of the distance between the two, Nashua North, Nashua South, and Alverin. So they can shuttle the kids over from here, there, pick up, and bring them on back, except when you start getting into times that conflict with our regular school run. So this year, because guidance had to accommodate 30 students, they had to go out and obtain a second provider, and the rate that they came in at, contractual rate we have with First Student is $31 a trip, $31.19. Provider gave us a price for those same routes, except during times that First Student cannot accommodate. Their rate came in at the 625 run, they're doing at $83. So from $31.19, which should have been our cost, we're now paying out $83 for that same run, except it's at a different time. That's Campbell and Nashua. So First Provider is accommodating 5 runs this year that First Student couldn't do at a daily rate of $399. Outrageous.
Okay. And they're running into Nashua?
Yeah, they're going Campbell to Nashua, Campbell to Alverin, but they're doing it, again, at times, 6:25, 7, 2, 2:15, 2:15, that First Student can't take those buses and shuttle them over because they're already doing their normal route between the three schools.
Any way of condensing some of these classes?
Well, that's the problem, and Dr. Cochran can speak to that maybe more than I, but it's the way that the vocational programs are run at those schools. They don't always line up with when we need to shuttle the kids back and forth. And the problem with that, too, is that we need to shuttle them back because they're still part of the academic program here. They're just going over to Nashua for the vocational program, then they're coming back here to continue on with their regular academic schedule. And that's part of the issue of us having required 6 block, because the kiddos are missing so much, they might miss a class, we have to run a 6 block so that we can accommodate the vocational.
But why did this come up as a problem this year, where it hasn't been in the past?
The number of students.
Hasn't increased that? How much has it increased?
It's doubled. It's actually doubled over the last 2 years. We have 28 students, whereas I believe last year, 16, I think was the number, 17.
13, 14? I went from 13, 14 to 28.
Yeah.
My first year was around 13, 14.
And we also, because of the requirement of the federal regulation, we also now have a student that is going to Pinkerton, whereas before we didn't have that.
Get to that one in a second, but how did the number of students impact the transportation issue? I'm not quite following
You
it.
want me to take a shot at that?
I would welcome that.
The biggest part of the increase, Bill, was the decision by high school administration to send a student to Pinkerton. That's a full bus back and forth every day.
And First Student doing that?
That was the one that was originally contracted provider, Mr. Markowitz, I think is basically earning his salary in negotiation savings. We were unaware of that commitment when it was made. So at this point in time, what we've entered into a conversation with high school administration to look at where we are with CTE. For students for whom CTE is a good match, it is a life event. These are 2-year programs. They go in the junior or senior year. This should be to determine whether or not this is what they want to do with their life, with their career. And for a lot of kids, it's a huge step for them to move into a technical career and, you know, the sort of job that they're looking for. For other kids, it's a chance to take a look at something and say, this really isn't what I thought it was, it isn't what I want to do. So it's an important program. But there are several issues with Nashua. You've got program, Nashua North and South together as one CTE center. It's the largest center in the state by a significant margin. But it's one center with 2 schools, so students have to be transported from here, past Alvern, across the bridge, over to South, and from South to North, which means by the time they leave here, they have to leave almost a class early to get there on time.
Right,
And coming back, they're almost a class late
right.
because of the transportation. And Nashua runs 4 90-minute periods a day, and you could be scheduled in 1, 2, 3, and 4. So you're taking kids over for 1. You can't really have one bus take them over for 1 and back for 2 without really disrupting kids and pulling them out of half their school day here. So that's one of the issues. If the student is going to be there for second period,
Yeah.
they're missing most of first here, or half of first period here, and half of third period coming home.
But we've had that every year.
And we've had that every year.
Not new.
But the more students we have, the more often we have to make that run. While we're up to 28 students, we're now transporting more.
We're doing
One of
12
the-
runs a day.
Yeah, one of the issues with, one of the advantages of Pinkerton is you don't have to worry about the bridge. You only have one stop to make.
Right.
And they're a little more user-friendly for schools that are sending students. They only, they schedule all of the out-of-district students first period and third period, which means instead of 12 runs a day, it's 1 run, 2, and from first period, 1, 1, 2, and from third period. So you have literally half as many runs.
So are you saying that you're looking to do that next year?
We are looking to make a change. We have mapped for the programs, and we're trying to get guarantees from Pinkerton that they have space for all of the students that we have in year 1 programs at Nashua, and that they will that they will transfer in at level 2, and that they'll be able to go there. There's only one student that we're unsure of at this point in time. This transportation savings by itself would be significant. We cannot, we're still part of Region 16 in the state, but we could enter into a memorandum of understanding with Pinkerton and start sending students as early as this year. The hope would be that we would avoid double busing again next year. Quite honestly, that would almost be a deal breaker, but with only one person to try and find a solution for, then we're hoping that we can make a cut across. We'll go back not only down to our lower rate, but our hope is, or to our old rate, but actually to a lower rate, because there'll be fewer runs and a little quicker runs.
That's good. If you can do that, then what we're proposing, even voc transportation, is way out of whack.
Yeah, but we don't know.
Yeah, now you understand that, sure.
And then, so we have to, I mean, the reality is, Pinkerton has said, we have the space, but when we have a lot of kids who apply to Nashua and been turned away. We also know that Pinkerton enrollment is going up in
Yeah.
other places. So it will be literally, when registration closes in about mid-April at Pinkerton, that we'll actually be able to know whether or not we'll be able to move over and not have the double cost. I'd love to think that we'll be successful in that.
Okay, so what you described going on today is what we might have to do next year if
For
we can't
1
get-
year would be the worst-case scenario.
And so, given that, tell me how we wound up with, whatever the number was, $84,000. Because right now, you're looking at a $40,000 budget, I think, for this year, which provided,
We're looking at a 46,251 budget. We're looking at a total projected cost this year of 87,198, so we'll have a deficiency in that line of around $41,000.
okay. That's not what have you budgeted
46,251 for this year.
this year? And what do you expect to spend this year?
87,198.
And that's because you're gonna be paying provider?
paying provider, and there's more runs, more frequency of the runs going back and forth. We're looking
Students
at
make more
paying,
runs in Nashua,
Yep.
and the unexpected trip to,
Well, actually, your first student costs look like they're about what they normally are.
We
Okay,
know
it
that
looks
the-
like that's right on target.
the difference is the Pinkerton student.
And on that, how do you pay that?
it's the Pinkerton student and the time that we need to shuttle students over. It changed this year from last year. We're again shuttling them over.
How do you
6:20
pay provider? Is that on a flat base? I mean,
per run.
you know,
31,
have you paid them when I looked at the audit trail, they've already been paid,
they bill us, I believe, quarterly for that.
will you quarterly?
I believe, I'm not certain how they bill us, but it's contractually.
See, I didn't bring them with me tonight, probably should have.
I couldn't respond to how frequent they bill us, but we bill them according to the contract on the number of frequencies per the run. I don't
First
know if it's
student looked
monthly or-
pretty consistent on a monthly basis coming in with what they had, and those numbers didn't look bad at all. They looked right on track for about for about $20-some-odd thousand, which I think is what you budgeted for them. And provider, I think you had budgeted.
We didn't budget anything for provider. There was no money in the budget this year for
In
provider.
your audit trail, you,
Well, yeah,
budget.
the
That's
expenditures.
that's what I'm
Not in the
talking
budget, yeah.
what I'm talking about, your actual expenditures.
All right.
Do you have a, not yet. Do you have a build-up on how you came up with the $84,000?
Do I have a buildup?
Yeah.
I don't know, what is it? Do I have a projection?
Yeah, X
Sure.
number, first student, X number runs, da-da-da-da, provider, X number
Yeah,
runs,
sure.
cost per, that's it?
I do have it. Yeah, I'll share that with you.
All right, anything else for transportation? All right, moving into voting. Start with LMS. Page 1. Andrew did send me some thoughts that he had on some of the accounts, so when we get to the various pages and lines, I'll just read what he sent. On page 1, 610 supplies, he felt that, as the discussion from 12.9, it was overstated to the actual, and he felt a $210 reduction could take place there. And it's 610,
Cindy, check that, I think that's a 430 account.
you're
What did his
right.
email say?
It says 610, but you're right, that's not,
What is his?
it is, it's gotta be
It's
430 repairs and maintenance that he's talking about.
That's what he
It's
mentioned.
510.
Yeah, and that's the number he has, the recommended is 510, a reduction of 210, leaving 310, so it's gotta be 430, not 610, so he's made an error.
Agree, that's kind of funny, because that's what my notes on my page say.
Is it? Well, and that was the discussion that we had the other night, that the laminating equipment, based on history, that number was off. So just throwing that out there. The other thing he had was on,
Are you making a motion for him? or-
no, I'm
Okay.
just reading what his notes are. Down at the bottom, 643 periodicals, there was a question about a one-year subscription, and he said based on whatever that is from the one-year subscription, he's looking at a $25 reduction at the 643 periodicals. So those are the two places that he sent me notes on. So I will just open it up to,
Make a motion to reduce line 430 down to 310.
okay, a motion to reduce line 430 down to 310.
Second.
Which is a $200 reduction. It's been made and seconded. Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
And abstain. Okay, so that's, let's see, we are 7-0. No, we're 6 tonight. We're 6-0. All right,
No, 7.
2, 4, 6, 8, no, there's 8 of us, so 620. Anything else on page 1? Do we have the answer for the periodicals? Whether or not it's LMS Art does do this one-year subscription to arts and activities?
Yeah, so, let me just find that on my page here. So last year, we spent $237.34. The budgeted number was $237.45. And because of the cost of the Scholastic Art, which came to $238, we did not purchase the arts and activities, which Mr. Cutter had asked about. So, in talking to the art teacher, we would like to add that, arts and activities, which is the difference, roughly the difference in that number.
Okay, so that's why it just wasn't in the budget previously.
Right.
Right. Okay, thank you. Anything else for page 1? Page 2. Andrew's notes say 610, 1753 is the original number. So I'm trying to figure out, at the top, okay, so supplies at the top, 610, 1753 is the original number. He feels, based on the discussion last week, $1,003 could be reduced, leaving $750 there. And that is for foreign languages. However, on my notes, it says that they added Spanish so that every student is taking it, which is why the numbers should remain at the budgeted amount.
Yeah, I was also asked by Mr. Cutter for our expenditures to date, and at this point, we're at roughly $1,000.
Is this material you buy throughout the year? It's,
Yeah, a lot of supplemental materials through the year. Yeah.
This is for a whole new class, isn't it, or an
Well,
additional class?
we have more students in Spanish. So we've always offered Spanish, but we have more students in there now.
All right. Any changes to page 2? Page 3. Again, Andrew's notes are 430, repairs and maintenance. This is the school-owned instruments, piano tuning at $900. He's looking for a $300 deduction, removing instrument repair and keeping piano tuning. And line 649, tapes, CDs, and audio, he is looking to reduce $100, leaving $155 in that account.
did I hear correctly that we do not currently tune the pianos twice a year?
You can't, that's what they're spending on.
So it's currently not being tuned twice a year.
From the looks of what's been spent, if they've been tuning 2 pianos twice a year, the actual numbers don't support that. So,
Because only because I remember this has been a conversation for years, and I think the number's always been the same.
Those come up a lot.
So,
It's fallen on deaf ears, though.
yeah, and I wouldn't know a tuned piano from a.
Madam Chair, I'll move line 430 from $900 to $600.
Second.
okay, reduction of $300 for a new total of $600 in line 430, repairs and maintenance. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the reduction of $300, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
And any abstain? 620. Any other changes on page 3?
649,
649?
make a motion to reduce that by $155, leaving $100.
a reduction of $155, leaving $100. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of a reduction of $155, leaving $100 in that line 649, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstentions? Okay, 710. Anything else on page 3?
I have a question. I mean, it's not, it's more about trying to figure out, looking through this budget, I was trying to figure out what the school board's priorities were. And I kind of had a hard time with that. And one of the reasons is, we talk about being STEM related, focusing on science and technology. We don't have $700 for engineering workbooks, but we're looking to spend $11,000 for 4 instruments. And to me, I don't understand the rationale behind that.
On page 3?
Yeah, it's on page 3. It's on
It
page
goes into 4.
Yeah.
So, if we don't have $700 for engineering workbooks, how do we justify $11,000 for instruments that benefit? It's an extracurricular, it's not a requirement, right? It's the
No,
band.
music is,
Regular program.
yeah.
Right, but it's currently an offered program. The students are
During the
benefiting
day.
from student lessons. We have a situation where we have a class with kids don't have textbooks that are appropriate for the software they're using. I just don't understand the school board's philosophy as to how one is more of a priority than the other.
We don't have an engineering program. That was to start one, right?
It said that in Campbell, that the software was not compatible with the book.
They don't have the workbooks to go with the software. That was their exact quote.
Oh, okay, but we have it's something we currently offer?
Yes.
Okay.
So for me, I'm not going to necessarily to cut this now, but I'm just trying to wrap my mind around what are the priorities when I'm looking through the budget? Are we focusing on science and technology, or are we just seeing what we spent last year and just kind of going with the flow? I don't understand.
The budget committee can also add money. It doesn't have to only subtract money. So if you feel that the books
That's
are,
true.
if you feel that the books are needed, you can
I'm not
put
saying
the
I'm
books
not
into the
going
budget.
to, but I also think that there's, considering the size of the budget.
I think we've
It's-
left
it's
plenty of money
necess-
in there for books.
Well, I mean, considering the size of the
$700.
budget, and the fact that we need to focus on priorities, there's money already within the budget that could be allocated to the books, without having to add to the bottom line.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, why do we, I don't know, maybe this isn't the right forum, maybe I do have to go find the time.
Maybe
to
you should make a
school board.
motion.
But I guess if I'm not gonna get any, I would, I don't know.
Well,
Because, I mean, to pick which, I don't know anything about instruments. so I
Which
would-
page on the CHS budget and the, if you
It's
could-
under technology, it's under the,
is it under science?
it's under.
Page 16 or 17?
Technical education, it is.
I mean, I can speak to the band program in the middle school and how that works into our schedule, but,
Well, we're looking to enhance the software, we're looking to enhance it.
yeah.
But we don't have the money for a program that isn't operating the way it should be. But I just don't understand,
it was $2,000 for an engineering curriculum is what I had highlighted.
I remember that statement exactly, that they had software, they have software that they don't have the workbooks for.
the school
The-
board took a $680 cut for and they were working on a 3-year plan to update the book, the stuff.
Well,
Like the business plan, I believe. So if I could understand the philosophy, I guess I could possibly understand the need for the band equipment, but within the lack of understanding there, I think I would look to cut it.
well, fine, I mean, if there's a place in CHS that we want to go back to, I mean, that's why we kind of left things
No, I
open for the,
understand
so definitely then bring it up and we'll,
Well-
debate it and change it if,
Again, I guess my point is, I'm not necessarily thinking that we need to add money to cover it when there should be money already within the budget, had we had a set of priorities that we could look at.
and that's
So
where you
we're
would.
on page 11, middle of the page, line 640, school administration
Yes.
reduction.
Yes.
So there was, the school board reduced specific cuts in the range of $29,000 and then made an additional $70,000 reduction. We asked the high school administrator to identify where those cuts would come from, and in the presentation, I didn't hear a whole lot of talk about strategic police. It was more, I think the quote was equal opportunity cutter. So I'm not sure if that means that those are cut, or if that's a convenient way to get to a number.
Okay, then why don't we
Honestly.
see similar cuts in the other schools?
I'm sorry?
Is Campbell the only one that's the cuts?
Well,
These instruments we are buying to enhance the capability of the bands and at their contests and what have you.
I mean, I think when you look at the middle school budget, I mean, I would argue, I think we generally stick pretty close to our vision. And I think if you look at the different areas of the, but, no, I understand what you're saying. I think what's hard for me in listening is just that you're talking about the high school
Right.
and their budget versus,
Right.
what I presented at the middle school. And, I probably don't need to beat the drum, so to speak. But in terms of percentage of involvement right now, we're at the highest level I've ever seen. Percentage of students in the band, we have a concert tonight, hundreds of
think-
kids.
I was gonna
So-
say that tonight, right?
Just leave
That
it,
was-
26% of students involved in
How many
band.
kids were here?
So we're moving on
Tonight,
to page 4,
we
I
have
gather.
roughly, for our enrollment where we are, again, it's over 25%. Tonight, we had about 160 students there tonight. And so, I look at, and looking at the district, you look at the money we spend on athletics, you look at the money we spend on other areas, and I think the arts are a real important area to round out education. I mean, I hear what you're saying about the co-curricular piece, and it's sort of an extra. But I would also argue that, a lot of these kids, when you watch where they're going through high school and then college, a lot of them are even pursuing these areas as they advance. So, I mean, I understand your question, particularly in terms of my budget, and I mean, it is the most significant increase of any of the lines in my budget. So, I understand where you're coming from there. But I also want to make sure that we're supporting
The
all
growth and the
of
music.
that. Yeah, there's a lot of pieces that come together in that music department.
And another part of the answer for that question you just asked, why you're not seeing the administrative cuts in the other two budgets? That's because we didn't ask them to cut $70,000 out of a budget that was inflated. We asked the high school to. That came from the high school, and we're actually on LMS right now anyway, but that answer, you asked.
District-wide, because a
we're not-
taxpayer doesn't get a separate bill.
All right, we're on page
We're on LMS
4 of LMS, and looking at page 4, in Andrew's notes, he wanted to get all of the new instruments out, and he wanted to cut $250 out of supplies.
So let me stay back on instruments.
Yep.
And it sounds like it is not a requirement, but it is an enhancement. And I just wonder if you couldn't put that, the two instruments on a warrant as opposed to within the budget. Is that a bad idea?
That would be.
I actually think that would be a great idea.
And I mean, you're right, a requirement, the language is definitely a fine line, Bill, so.
Well, we're required by state regulation to offer arts and in the regular curriculum through middle school and high school. We do it very well. This is what's, from my perspective, this is what's needed to support the program at a given level. It's been something that some of this purchases, they've been waiting a long time to get. So when I go to LMS, and I mentioned this to the school board a couple of times, and I look at some of the things that are in there, you've got some percussion pieces, and I look at the amount of participation if you're a percussionist. It's actually much lower, because we have, one instrument, and students are rotating in and out. So to me, that's an access and equity piece. And with respect to the other piece, the expensive horns, it really is a matter of trying to produce the sound and be able to have instruments that students can access, because we have 3 bands, heavy involvement, and students need to be able to practice at night if they're going to participate at the level.
But these instruments are gonna stay with just one person, is that right?
No.
They
I
can be
mean-
used during the day by multiple students, but only one student can take it home to practice each night.
I don't wanna share
They
a saxophone.
changed the mouthpieces.
Yeah, they changed the mouthpieces. The mouthpieces come out.
Another question, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm back again, though, that you don't need to buy these to do meet the requirements of the music program that you talked about, is really to enhance the capability, you've already said it, the band, so that it sounds better, and when they compete, they don't get gigged because they don't have the instruments. And to me, that isn't a necessary thing as much as a nice thing. And I'm not going to vote
Yeah, so
to get rid of it. I'm just saying that maybe a better way to handle it would be
you gotta cut some.
separate warrant.
I don't
Well,
wanna see them all go.
So
but I
I'm
will-
gonna make a motion, just looking at a lump sum, I'm gonna make a motion to reduce the, what is it, 734 additional equipment by $4,500.
Reduced by 7,000,
Reduce
by 4,000.
by $4,500.
$1,500.
See,
I
that's
just
where
took
I was
the-
thinking. I was gonna take the Yamaha.
I just,
4,700
I
out
just
because-
halved it. They can figure out what
You're
they wanna
right.
buy with half of it. I just halved it.
Okay.
And
I
Bill,
think it's fair.
your comment about, it doesn't matter if they get, it's not a big deal if they get dinged at, when they go, that's like saying, as long as our math kids get Cs, that's no big deal if they get dinged. I mean, this is
You're
one of our
losing one
academic
extra,
programs.
Basically.
But I have a
I mean,
question,
it's
though. If
a
we have
lot.
this kind of involvement, what does
But
the
it's good
Friends
with
of Music
160
fund?
students.
Do
Somebody's
they
gonna
fund
stand out and
additional
pick up.
instruments? Where does that revenue go?
Thank you.
All right,
Sorry.
so,
We have a Friends of Music organization, correct? What do they fund? I don't know. I can't even read music, so I have no idea.
We don't have an active
Give me a second.
Friends of Music account in the middle school. I don't know, the high
Going
school
to high
might,
school?
they might have more of an active. I mean, we-
Second.
I thought Dan did.
Okay.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't know what Friends of Music does now, but Friends of Music was very active, and they did actually fund a lot of the, I forgot what they're called, the sound screens behind them, and, but I don't know what they do nowadays.
Yeah, because I would think that would be a good opportunity to. I'm willing to take half work of mine.
Something like, when I'm looking at a door, and I see if a price is $4,000, if I think it could be done, you need the door, but I think it could be done for $3,500, cut $500. I mean, to me, that's a no-brainer. Fuel, you do the math, times gallons, other things you might have a philosophical difference on, and you don't think the voters, it should be in the budget. Clearly, the band program is extremely important for all the band kids, and it's part of their, it's educational. Now, I know there's been debates throughout the years on, is it necessary, is it by law, is it mandated? And I learned the way you word it, because I learned that too with sports and other things, it's how it's worded is whether it's legal or not. But, just to play devil's advocate, if the proposed budget failed and you had to go to LMS and say, look, you gotta cut $5,000, what would be the first thing in this budget to go? If the mandate was $5,000, would it be that instrument or would it be something else? I mean, or maybe you can't answer that. If that's the case, let me know.
That's a tough one to answer right on the spot without looking at the numbers.
That would be a collaborative decision between.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
I mean, I
Because,
understand the question.
because I understand that instrument is extremely important to that program, but then I also understand that, even if we get full support here and everybody's unanimous, we support the budget. Although I believe there's some voters that might just vote on that, but I don't believe that anymore. That they just look at, how the budget committee voted. I believe a lot of voters are involved. And you don't know if they say no, what part they're saying no to, or if it's just a big number. So it's a real tough one for me, actually.
Madam Chair, I'll call the question.
Question's been called. All right, all those in favor of a reduction of $4,500 to line 734, which leaves a total of $6,438 there, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Aye.
Any abstain? So 530. It passes.
Madam
I was
Chair, can
actually going for 10,600, because it's three instruments, really.
I'm sorry. Can I ask that Andrew's requests or his thoughts be done after the board goes through? So can, like, the board do the page? And if there's no request, then you can say what Andrew has?
I was gonna hit that anyway, so.
Doesn't-
I'm just asking, I mean,
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me.
okay.
I don't really care one way or the other.
What was the question?
He wants Andrew's comments after we've all made our comments.
If you make any.
I don't have them, so I'm...
Okay.
I just want to thank you for the, for the support on at least part of that, so thank you.
Again, it's not an opportunity.
No, we appreciate it.
All right, anything else on page 4? All right, page 5. I want to make a motion on 640 textbook replacements. I'm just going to level fund it, so a reduction of $1,999.
Second.
I'm looking for...
Where are you?
I'm in the
Page
middle of
5.
page 5, 640 textbook replacement.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was the amount?
Just level funding it, so it's going to stay at 3568, which is a reduction of $1,999.
So that's, I don't understand. What, if they need the textbooks, they need the textbooks, right?
It looks as though they've been, historically, they've spent $2,700, $1,000. I know there's a lot of money in, it seems to be juggled around in textbook replacements, and there's going to be, when we get our curriculum review, there's going to be an explanation of why now there's a new $80,000 line item. I just feel, and that is supposedly to replace the little pieces throughout the budget. I don't know why this has increased $2,000, but if we're adding $80,000 of curriculum, then I'm going to at least level fund what's currently and historically been spent in the school budget.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of 640, reduction of $1,999, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstain?
For the record, what was the new number?
The new number is $3,568. And that was 620, it passes. Anything else for page 5? Page 6.
I'd like to make a motion on 391, game officials, to level fund that at 5780.
At what?
It's 5780.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Level funded at 5,000. I knew what you
Yeah.
meant.
53.
All right, there's a motion to reduce by 780, leaving a new figure of $5,000 on 391 game officials. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been made and seconded. Further discussion?
I think that that's a little low, given what we spent last year. I know I had a number more like 5,200 myself, and Andrew had a number too, did he?
I have 53 here.
He did have a number. Let me find it. He wanted to reduce 300.
Five is below the last year's actual.
Yeah. He wanted to reduce by $380, which would have left $5,400.
Amend the motion.
So you got a number?
It's a tough one to be spot on.
Amended to 53?
I'm listening.
Don't know how that works.
You know what, I was gonna, that was actually my number that Ray had, and my reasoning is, post-games, you have 8 post-games,
That's exactly mine.
it's unpredictable. You could have them all go to finals, you could have half of them, you could have none of them. So that's why that was where I figured there was the variable.
Yeah, I had looked at, last year what we did, we took the game officials at LMS and Campbell High School, and based upon traditionally requested versus actuals, we funded them at 90%. Okay, and 90% of what they're requesting this year would have been 5236, which is where I came up with my number. Not sure how the other numbers came about, but they're going to have some post-even, I'm sure. I mean, if anything, you might cut it from 8 games to 4 games, but I think the 5,000 is too low, personally.
So is there an amendment to the motion?
I'm not there to make it.
I'll amend it to 5,300, something a little more comfortable.
Second.
All right, so it's been made to, the new bottom line's going to be 5,300, and what's the reduction?
We got to vote on amending the amendment.
Yeah, wait a minute, 5780.
And basically, I went with the post-game, and my original thought was 10 to 12%. I worked it just the opposite to you, Bill.
All right, so that changes the reduction to $480, leaving a new bottom, new number in that line of 5,300. So that is the amendment.
Mhm.
Any further discussion on the amendment?
Was there a second?
Yes.
Yes.
I seconded it.
Hearing no further discussion on the amendment, then is to change the reduction from $780 to $480 for a new line total of $5,300. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
And any abstain? So that's 628, that passes. So now the main motion is the reduction of $480 for a new line of $5,300. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstentions? So that is 710. Anything else on page 6?
The consolation fee on item 330, $1,010 now. I mean, I don't quite understand it.
Oh, professional services?
Yeah,
It's,
under professional
504
services,
student
330.
guidance. I don't have that.
Consultation fee for 2 students, 30 minutes per student per month for 10 months.
And last year was 630, and
The question would be, do we have 2 students who are already allocated for that, or is it a guess?
No, I think they said they had
Yeah,
2
I think
students.
they had 2 students.
And then the hourly rate went up, right? Is that correct, Dr. Cochran?
That's correct.
Not sure.
That's what it said.
We try to budget it very specific to students with 504s. And typically when it goes up like this, you'll see it basically double because there might be a student at grade 7 and one at grade 4. In the districts, we know the 4 is moving up to 5, so the budget will go with them. Director Bandersky is in charge of special services, and the guidance counselors actually at the schools look after. I mean, we've checked in the past, and basically they budgeted per student, per service required.
And I think that when.
I'm not gonna make a motion.
When I think Andrew compared like the previous rates, and it was slightly higher, but
Yeah, the rates went up.
I don't know if you have much leeway in that, right?
Yeah, it's not really much, there's not much play with that.
I have a motion, middle of the page, 610. Reduce, the line is 3,377. I'm going to reduce that to 3,000, so that's a reduction of $377.
Second.
Made and seconded, just because that's in line with history. It doesn't appear we've added any new sports.
What page is that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
It's page
You're quite a ways
6.
away from your microphone from that.
Page 6, it's 610 supplies.
Oh, guidance.
3,377 is the requested budget, and my recommendation is to reduce that to 3,000.
No, it's up under athletics.
Yep.
It's in game.
Up.
On page 6,
Oh, I'm sorry.
athletics.
Okay, I'm looking at the guidance. Okay.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of reducing 610 supplies by $377 to a new total of $3,000 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstain? 620. Anything else on page 6? Page 7?
I had a note here on line 738, annual audio shoe replacement based on 2 students. And the discussion, Andrew had said it never been spent.
That, though, again, students vary from year to year, so you may not have had a student with an audio whatever in previous years, but now you do.
I'm not even sure what an audio shoe is.
It's the device that wraps around the ear for a student with a hearing impairment.
Oh, hearing aid.
And we, under guidance, there is a teacher of the deaf consultation fee for 2 students, so we apparently do have 2 students that are hearing impaired.
Yeah, it's actually, when a teacher's instructing students in front of a classroom, they actually have a mic, you might have seen it before, they have like a
FM
microphone.
system.
Exactly. So it's the device that the student has on their end.
Okay, I just wasn't, I wasn't sure, it didn't
Yeah.
equate to like the FM system or anything, it was just audio shoe.
Yeah.
It made no sense.
Kind of
Great, hearing aid.
kind of a funny name.
Anything on page 7? Page 8? Page 9? Page 10? And that wraps up LMS. Moving to GMS.
Thank you.
Anything on page 1? Anybody for page 2? Page,
Excuse me?
yep,
Page 2. Griffin, okay. We talked about, and we're gonna get to it, but at item 737 right now, the 25 chairs, with eliminating a classroom and knowing there's a music room, you know, possibly being done, I would like to cut out the chairs on item 737. I think there's gonna be a plethora of extra chairs.
okay, so your motion then is to reduce,
1236.75.
okay, 737 furniture replacement, a reduction of 1236.75, which leaves,
I can make it an even number if you would like.
that leaves 2130.25 in that line.
Just a stupid question, but I'll ask it anyways. Are the kids going to stand at the desks that are in the next line up?
No, they're taking out a room to make a music class, which we're gonna be coming up to. There's desks and chairs currently in that room. I think we're gonna have extra chairs, and we talked about last night how the desks.
We didn't get a
The-
second
the
yet.
chair-
I'll second it. Okay, we never discussed.
The chair replacement is not to replace chairs that they need, it's to replace chairs that are either broken, worn,
But there's going to be a whole empty classroom of those,
of more
Correct.
broken, worn.
some, not all.
This is a yearly plan to replace 25 each year. The chairs and desks are decades
And
old.
we're gonna, in my opinion, I'm gonna be approving the desks and chairs for the music room, but not for these classrooms at this
But I'm
time.
just telling you, the chairs, it's not a matter of
I understand.
taking 25 chairs from one class, putting them to another class, because now you have them.
Because I remember the discussion, Dr. Cochran, that this was to replace one classroom? Is that, the
sorry?
desk and the chairs were to replace one classroom?
Is there a plan?
There-
Like, do we have I mean, yes, there's a yearly plan, but do we have a plan in
Yeah,
writing
every year.
somewhere?
Yeah, every year,
So how many classrooms are there in that building then?
I've lost track, about 15.
Oh, right now, there's 5, 10, 18, 19, and if you count the 2 kindergartens, 21.
Will the kindergartners have the bigger chairs or do they have the
They
smaller?
have the small ones, so if you don't count those, you're talking, let's say 4, 18?
So
right.
if you replace them every year, then the end result is you're replacing them every 18 years,
All right.
except as we get
In theory.
classrooms.
Or as you
it'll be
start getting more
smaller.
classrooms, it'll be more.
Uh-huh. So, okay.
I made a motion, we approve it or disapprove it,
Yep.
I'm not gonna be insulted either way.
Any further discussion? I think the rationale is, you've got a classroom that you're gonna add new desks and chairs to anyways, because you're gonna turn it into a music classroom, so are there,
Yeah, but there's chairs elsewhere in the budget for that.
and
I'll approve
that's the point.
the music
There,
room,
there
absolutely.
there are chairs and desks elsewhere in the budget for that classroom, so do you need to double?
But if you're replacing them every 18 years, like you said, there are chairs
Yep.
that could afford to be replaced. But then it comes down to, is it a necessity? Do we actually have 25 chairs that are?
Probably.
Okay.
It's in need of some upgrading, but they can pick and choose, they don't have to buy 25 desks, but they can,
I didn't take the tour
I'm
at
taking it.
GMS, but my suspicion is the desks and chairs.
the desks are in worse shape than the chairs.
Pretty much universal, and the 25 is a really a drop in the bucket in
Right.
terms of what has to be done there. So even though we might be reducing a couple of classrooms, I don't think
You
that.
still
that-
need to replace them because they're still going to get replaced every 15 years, so, yeah.
Yes, exactly. That's my take.
Any further discussion?
No, but the discussion was good, so.
Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion to reduce 737 furniture replacement by $1,236.75, leaving the balance in that line of $2,130.25, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstentions?
Said I wouldn't be insulted, it's okay.
It was good to have
Yes.
discussion.
Yeah.
Like your input.
Yep.
Having been there before, Dan, it happens.
Many times.
Anything else on page 2?
What was the vote?
It was 170.
It was unanimous.
No, it wasn't.
Would you like to?
All right.
It was a bad idea.
Page 3. No, there was some logic to it, but, page 3. Page 4. Anything on page 4?
No, I'm still not gonna cut the music room.
Andrew had something.
Andrew had, rather than 25 music chairs, he wanted 25 standard chairs. So he was proposing to spend $1,236.35 rather than $2,100. So his reduction doesn't make sense. But he was proposing a
He's
reduction
using the
of
same chair
$1,200.
number as,
Yeah, but he's proposing a reduction of $1,200, so the math doesn't add up, because the chairs are $2,100. If you reduce $1,200, you don't get $1,200.
But I had a question on this whole music room overall. I mean, we have the whiteboards and bulletin boards and things like that. I'm assuming that the class that they're gonna vacate with the children had a blackboard or a whiteboard or something in there and a bulletin board. I'm just thinking, if you took this room and decided we weren't gonna have budget committee in here anymore, and you're gonna make it into a music room, look around, what would you need to do? With the kids and the music
Involve
in
the
here.
people out.
Yeah.
You would need the portable whiteboard with lines on
With
it
lines.
because it's
It's
the
a
music
music.
notes.
Yeah.
But what does Mrs. LaBelle do right now? She's on a music cart, and she's teaching music, obviously effectively. What does she have right now? I mean, to move her into a classroom, I'm not sure that we need all of these things that are in
But
here.
even still,
It's
couldn't
just
you
a thought.
So do you have a
draw
motion?
lines on a whiteboard? Does she use a regular whiteboard too, or is it just? Or do
My
you
guess
have
is
to-
she doesn't use one now because she has 2 carts that she pushes. So by the time you make 3 trips down the hall,
Right.
every 40 minutes,
So does somebody have a
Let me
motion?
say something. When I worked, we took black electrical tape and just made lines on a board, so I rolled the black tape, it's a lot cheaper than.
I'd like to make a motion to reduce this by $3,630.
$3,630.
Line 733, furniture additional.
by how much?
$3,630.
just an FYI, that the chairs not only are important for proper support and structure. They also typically go with the students and need to be transported. So if you think back to the CHS and the LMS budgets, usually as you rack, you put them on, you can take them where they're in the building and then take them off.
Was there a second?
So if they're in the classroom, do they have to move?
Was there a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay, go
Do
ahead.
they have to move though if they're in a classroom?
For a concert, yes,
Okay,
every time they put on a performance.
all right. Well, you can amend the motion.
So, what, is there further discussion? Can I just ask, what is it, what does that number cover?
I'm, as I just said, you know, the whiteboards, the bulletin boards, it still left some money in there for them to decide what they want to do with storage and music stands and.
All right, because the whiteboard and the music board comes up to
Yeah.
$856, so where's?
Portable whiteboard with lines is $1,333.
Okay, so it's that one
One
as well.
standard whiteboard, 604, bulletin board, 152. Chair storage rack, 335. If you don't buy the chairs, you don't need those.
So, the chair rack, chair storage.
One tall bookcase. I'm just saying, we're going from, it's a transition from a woman that's working on a cart into a classroom setting where she's not gonna need to push equipment around. I think that's a great idea, but I'm not sure that we need all that stuff the first year in the transition. So, I left them half of that roughly to,
With half of it, you can still get the chairs.
in the cart.
All right, so I'm still looking at about an $800 that I don't see.
So you would reduce it to what amount then?
He was reducing a reduction of $3,630, leaving $4,250. So when I just added up what you said, the two whiteboards, the bulletin board, the chair storage rack, and the tall bookcase, I get $2,000.
And I said, the music storage rack,
the
I'm not saying they should cut
music
any of those
storage rack.
items, I'm saying that we cut, if we do that, that lets them prioritize whatever they want to spend in that line.
I mean, you could still get the chairs, the rack. and
Right, whatever they thought was most
stands
important.
And still have money left over.
Yeah, thank you.
That's like saying, okay, you're homeless and you're living in a cardboard box, so, you know, we'll give you.
We're giving you a nice insulated cardboard box.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, I'm not sure that's an
Yeah,
upgrade.
I don't know what how that rationale carries over. I mean, obviously, there's probably a blackboard or a whiteboard in that classroom already.
Any further
That was
discussion?
my motion.
Any
That's,
further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of reducing line 733, furniture additional, by $3,630 for a new line total of $4,250, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstain? So that's 2, 5, no, we're 8, 2, 6, 0. Motion fails. Anything else for page 4? Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. This is a place under supplies. Andrew said, based on the discussion from the other night, he would recommend a reduction of $3,000.
Is this on page 7?
This is on page 7.
Yeah, I have it circled.
I want to make a motion on 610 supplies to reduce that number by 2,400.
All right, there's a motion to reduce by 2,400. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been made and seconded. For a new line total of $6,476. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of reducing line 610 supplies by $2,400 to a new line total of $6,476 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Aye.
Any abstain? Passes 6-0. Anything else on page 7? Page 8. Page 9. I have one on page 9, 734 equipment additional in the middle of the page there. A reduction of $1,200, leaving a new line total of $1,800. Is there a second?
Second discussion.
It's been seconded for discussion. It says, "For potential replacements of receivers for students with FM systems, a potential cost of $600 each." Potential sounds like we may need to replace them, we may not need to replace them. So I made the assumption that, let's say we replace half of them.
We also have a reserve fund, right, that could compensate in that if we need it for special ed students, correct?
It's just the word potential caught my eye. Because I know, in previous,
The
Was it-
systems are pretty finicky. I mean, if they're saying 4, I'm thinking that it would be 3, maybe 4. I wouldn't be putting down 4 if they really thought it was be 2.
So the teacher care has one too, right? So then,
I don't know, the word potential caught my eye, where in other cases that word wasn't used. So some could break, some could not break. That's just, I made a value decision
I
there.
think I even asked them when we reviewed the budgets, and
I didn't catch my eye then.
Does potential mean potentially need them, or the potentially $600?
no.
It's both. The word is used in both places.
Cost is the
What
same.
was your,
Oh, yeah, it's
I
in
said-
both places, okay, I'm
1,800.
sorry.
so you're taking one out? I think you're still leaving that.
No, I cut it in half, so instead of 2,400 for that line, I said 1,200. I cut it in half. So they can replace 2,
There's
potentially.
There's an expected life cycle. Sometimes we get more, sometimes we get less. So my guess is this is someone saying, hey, you know what, one of them may be fine, potentially 4.
So these are reused, these don't go with the,
Yeah,
it's not specific to a child, they're reused. Okay.
and how many do we have? Because if we have 4, then we're expecting them all to fail.
Well,
But if we have
quite a
like
few
40,
actually, but
then it's 4 is a much smaller.
I understand the logic behind it.
Select letter, how many do you have at your
Do
school?
you know how many we get? Yep.
I was gonna say, his budget had 2, I thought. That's what we
Only 4
had.
students. So the question is, depending on the age, how many would you expect to fail reasonably?
So you have 4 students.
You hope for none. but
You
plan.
gotta remember, that this is GMS, and they don't usually budget it if they don't expect to need it. So when they say potentially, to me, that's not a wish.
You have 2?
We have 2.
Yeah. So,
Right.
Mr. Spencer's seen GMS budgets over the years. I don't think they've been fat.
Oh, looks good.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of line 734, equipment additional, a reduction of $1,200 for a new line total of $1,800, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
So 3, 5, 0. Fails. Anything else on page 9? Page 10? Page 11? Page 12? Page 13?
Could go back to page 11, please?
Yep.
The 8 televisions.
Mhm.
I would like to come up with something that's a little more fair, maybe 6, maybe 5 televisions.
All right.
I don't, I know we discussed it, I don't know how many you have currently. I saw them, I think I saw like 8 in there, 8 old TVs.
But any of the monitors and the.
They were all the large,
The discussion was around not being able to hook them up to
Well, I'm
the,
thinking of all the LCD screens that are sitting on that shelf in the tech room, if any of them could be used as a TV.
I think the TVs they have are substantially bigger. I mean, they have the same thing here in the library.
I was just trying to reuse what we already have, but, okay.
All right, what,
I'm gonna say, I'm gonna figure for 5, $11.95,
all right,
to make the
so,
line $11.95.
so the motion is to reduce 1912. Oops.
Yeah, my notes on this were not about the TVs needing replacement because the TVs were bad, just that they weren't compatible with the newer VCRs, I'm sorry, DVD players and stuff because of the connections.
All
Well, it's
right,
also ease of movement. I mean, it's a lot easier to move a flat screen than it is to move a tube TV.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, so the
Storage.
motion is to reduce $717 for a new line total of $11.95. And was there a second?
Second.
It's been made and seconded.
Now, is that replacing the entire fleet, or is there gonna be a cycle on this? Is this all, like, is 8 all of them, or is it half of them, or?
Eight's what he's
I'm
requesting.
figuring for 5. I'm
I understand
giving the
what
benefit of the
request-
doubt, because we did see them, but I know they're not all broken.
It's easier for me to understand if we're replacing all of them at once, or if it's something that could be in a cycle.
Unfortunately, I don't know how many there are in a school.
So my only
I-
question
I
is,
think I saw
if
6 or 8. I mean, we walked by them,
Yeah.
we did see them.
some of the TVs are working and they're still compatible, some of them, you can still plug it in and they're still usable, some of them. Okay.
I don't think you use 5 TVs in the
No,
same, in that school at the same time, and
Yeah,
even at that. That was my motion.
Any,
So, just so I understand, the TVs aren't failing, but they're only compatible with the older technology. And when the older technology failed, that TV that's in that teacher's room is no longer functional. So we need a new TV to match with the newer
Just a
technology.
connector, then.
$5.99. RCA connection, which is the standard of TVs, to HDMI, which is the standard today. So, you buy them at Walmart, Target, Staples, that's a common connection.
all right, any further discussion? All those in favor of reducing 738 equipment replacement by $717 for a new line of $1,195 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No,
Aye.
And any abstention? So it passes 5-3-0.
Mr. Peters? Could you send me that in email?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And unless there was, anybody wants to go back to 12 and 13, that's the end of the GMS budget. All right, salaries and benefits.
Are we doing this individually, or are we doing it?
I was just gonna
Rich.
go page by page the way we reviewed it, because now my notes are on page by page. I got screwed up by once. All right, anything on page 1? Anything on page 2?
yeah, I'll start the ball rolling. Account number 110, salaries. I would move the $1,038,606 to $928,606, reduction of $110,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
And that is reducing 2 teachers, grade 3 and grade 4.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of moving line 110 salaries from $1,038,606 to $928,606, which is a reduction of $110,000, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
And any abstention?
I will. Because I'm,
Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 1, because we have one out of the room, so that's why that tally's off a little bit. When we get the minutes, we don't go, wait a minute.
Did that pass?
Yes,
Yes.
that passed.
what was the final? Was it 4-3-1?
The
2-1.
421, yep. Anything else on page 2?
Now, will all the other, the insurances and the other associated things get adjusted accordingly, or do we have to do that too? So they're all based,
They have to be adjusted.
All the
Yeah,
benefits.
as we go through the social
Oh, you
security,
mean the-
healthcare,
yeah,
and,
yeah, big, line by line.
yep.
Still on page 2, I think. Where am I? Yeah. Did you want to make the motion to tutor?
That is one that I had. However, I did it, okay, I can do it this way, because I was gonna say, I had a grand total, because I took all of the,
Salary benefits, all this stuff?
yeah, so I can do it individually. So, I would like to make a motion for line 113, tutor salaries, a reduction of $22,800.
second,
It's been made and seconded, and let me just get what the new total is.
I'm sorry, the page and budget line was?
It's,
Page 2, page
it's
3.
the bottom of page 2, the top of page 3. So the new figure is 76,652. And again, that's a new position, and I think it's a great idea, but typically, it's not something we've done before, so we usually put those in warrant articles if they're definitely needed.
Yeah, I think my brother was, as a warrant article, and it is a new position, and that's sort of the guidelines we've been running with all along.
Well, my opinion is, for staff, talking about 2 teachers, and we're gonna make another position there. You have existing positions, and I know attrition, and, yeah, I don't know if I answered it. Anyway, I'm just,
All right,
it's people's jobs.
any further discussion?
Yeah, so we're voting on a new line for,
A new line for 113 tutor salaries is $76,652, which is a reduction of $22,800,
right,
which is a part-time math tutor at 5.5 hours per day. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of 113 tutor salaries, reduction of $22,800 for a new line, total of $76,652, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstain?
Abstain.
So that is 5 to 1. Motion passes. Anything else on page 3?
yes.
All right.
Line 120, substitute salaries. I would move that from 52,500 to 42,500.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
what was the number, I'm sorry?
A reduction of $10,000
Second it.
to 42.5, and it's been seconded. Is there discussion?
I'm trying to look at the total budget request for the substitutes, and they changed it this year. It used to be all in the district, and now it's spread in. So I did go in and I looked at what the districts were, the schools are running and what have you. And I'm sort of looking at an overall reduction in what they requested. Whether this is the right number for GMS, I don't know, but I'll make a couple of suggestions, reductions as I go along in the other accounts. That's about all I can tell you.
Any
It's a guesstimate what it's gonna be.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of line 120 substitute salaries, a reduction of $10,000 for a new line total of $42,500, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstentions? So 628, it passes.
Okay.
620, it passes.
Line 211,
211,
health insurance.
bless you.
I would move from $292,604 to $262, I'm sorry, $262,604, a reduction of $30,000.
Okay,
And
is
that
there,
reflects
is there a
reduction of
second?
2 teachers.
Second.
Sorry, that reflects the reduction for the 2 teachers.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Just that we don't know that the reduction of 2 teachers will result in a reduction of 2 family health cares.
Which is why I took 15,000 as opposed to 19,000.
Well, our cost for health for a family is about 18. So. The other thing is, the 3 totals of the substitutes actually are up compared to the 52.5. If you compare the total on up top, last year's district to the 3 totals, they're up, and they're up because those are this year's projections. It hasn't been a good year for long-term subs. Well, actually, it has been a good year for long-term subs. It hasn't been a good year for a budget for long-term subs.
So we didn't touch the long-term subs.
Just the substitute salaries, regular subs. Daily subs. All right, any further discussion on health insurance? Hearing none, all those in favor of reducing line 211 health insurance by $3,000 for a new line total of $262,604, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstain?
Aye.
So that's 5-1, motion passes.
Line 212, dental. I move from $20,498 to $18,498, a reduction of $2,000.
All right.
Second.
It's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor of moving line 212 dental insurance, a reduction of $2,000 for a new line total of $18,498, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
And any abstentions?
Aye.
So 5-1, motion passes.
Line 213, insurance. I move from $1,660 to $1,460, a reduction of $200.
Is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion? Hearing none, that was line 213.
213.
Motion, all those in favor of the reduction 213, life insurance by $200 for a new line total of $1,460, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstain?
Aye.
Passes 5-1. There's not a lot of room for notes in these things that are close together.
Line, excuse me, account 214, disability. I move from $2,461 to $2,161, a reduction of $300.
Second.
It's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of reducing line 214 disability insurance by $300 to a new line total of $2,161, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstain?
Aye.
5-1, the motion passes.
Line 220, social security.
Yep.
I move from $94,086 to $838,000.
Second?
How can I do that?
The comment.
Now I don't know what the number is.
So it's 94,000?
Wait, let me do an add up here. God. So it's 84.
There's a leak.
6 plus 770. It's a reduction of 10,926.
10,926
Second.
What's that come out to?
minus 10,926. Oops, helps if you turn it on.
Yeah.
So I have 83,160.
Yep.
83160.
83160 is my 83160.
Is that seconded?
And it's been
Yes,
seconded. Any further discussion? Yep. Hearing none, all those in favor of reducing line 220 Social Security by $10,926 to a new line total of $83,160, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed?
Aye.
And abstain.
Aye.
Okay, so 5 to 1, it passes.
Sorry, Bill.
Line 232, teacher retirement.
Mhm.
I move from $159,888 to $139,071.
71. So that's a reduction of $20,817.
Sounds right.
Second.
Is that using the new rates?
Yes.
20817?
20817 is the reduction, yep. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of reducing line 232, teacher retirement, by $20,817 for a new line total of $139,071, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstention?
Aye.
Frank, were you also a negative on that?
Mhm.
Okay, so 5 to 1. Motion passes.
And my last one, 260 workman's comp, from 3,792 to 3,370.
Second.
It's been made and seconded, which is a reduction of $422. Any further discussion? All those in favor of reducing line 260, workers' compensation, by $422 for a new line total of $3,370, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
And abstain.
Aye.
So 5 to 1, the motion passes. Anything else for page 3? Page 4. Page 5. Page 6.
On page 5, I'm sorry.
Page
I
5.
hate doing that to you all the time.
That's all right.
Item 114, para monitor vacant positions,
Mm-hmm.
summer work. I mean, there's 2 vacant positions for that field already. I mean,
They-
There's stipends for the summer.
I know they kind of fill in, they get filled in as the season gets near, is that how that works?
There's some-
Yeah, it says vacant because right now summer's over.
Somebody volunteers for it?
Well, summer's over, so it just rolls in from the software, so because it's not summertime yet, no one signed up, it just shows it as vacant.
But they're just saving the spot?
Yeah, because people then get assigned in the spring.
Okay.
Page 6.
Workload's on.
No, this one's mine. Bill didn't have this one. I would like to make a motion to reduce 110 salaries by $74,000. Did I have a new line total? That's been made in a second. Let me figure out what the line total would be then. $1,059,650 is the new line total.
That's cutting one position?
Actually,
$74,000.
$74,000. That's cutting two positions, but the way I did it differently. When I looked at GMS, I took the average
Is there
of
a
all the.
second?
Yes. I took an average of all the teachers and I just rounded and said the average teacher salary at GMS is about $55,000, therefore 110 is two teachers. In this case, it came out kind of high. It came out as $57,000, but there's a huge discrepancy between some of your lower paid teachers and your higher paid teachers. So in this case, what I did was I just took the two lowest salaries, added them together, and that's where I came up with my two teachers.
So those two teachers you're looking to eliminate?
Yes. So it actually gives them some leeway if one higher paid teacher leaves, or two lower paid teachers, it gives them a little bit of leeway. That's
So
how I
that's-
came up with the number.
That's my problem, is the two positions, possibly. I understand yours here. That's just, one I have an easier time with, even with Griffin. I would have been a yes on the one position, but
Well, sixth grade, if you drop to 4, you're just over, and still within range.
it's close, yeah.
Yeah,
And the numbers are gonna go down long-term, so it's not like you're gonna spike up and need to hire them back. And then for 7th and 8th grade, there's an extra one, whether it's the 7th, 8th grade teacher, or it's an 8th grade teacher, or a 7th grade teacher. One of them.
the way I looked at it was, if 5th grade, if you reduce a teacher, that's 27 students in a class. You're talking about the portables, that's 2 kids, that's really a lot. So I said, you know what, in 5th grade too, to me, 5th grade is a transition year. I said, let's not touch 5th grade.
Right.
I looked at 6th grade and I said, if you drop to 4 teachers, it's 26.25. So basically, it's 1 extra kid in a class. One class may have 2 extra kids. I'm like, you know what? They move around a lot. That's doable. 7th and 8th, I couldn't, because there's a lot of teachers that teach both 7th and 8th, I couldn't really separate out. I think it's 7th grade, but I totaled 7th and 8th grade students. I totaled 7th and 8th grade staff. And I said, if you drop from 10 staff down to 9 staff, again, however you configure that, that's 25.78. In other words, most of your classes are still going to have the policy of 25. You may have some classes that have 1 extra kid in them.
So with that figure, they have the option. It can be one teacher.
So,
It can be.
yeah, so I just
Doesn't have
said,
to be
out
two.
of all of the grades in the middle school, there are places where you could reduce by 2 teachers and still have good class sizes for the age group.
See, my problem is that we've only lost about 10 kids from this year to next year, and
Yeah, I don't think,
we didn't see fit to reduce from last year to the current budget, and that's when we dropped a bunch of kids in terms of enrollment in middle school. I'd like to hear what the thoughts are over here.
Can I start and then you can back clean up?
Yeah.
First, do you know how you would schedule grade 7, 8 with 1 fewer teacher?
No, that's not my area of expertise.
Well, there is no good way to do it, just so you know. You can't have, unless you want to start 7, 8 as a grade, then you can't take 10 classes, 5 in one grade level, 5 in another, and make 9.
And that was the problem, because they're listed there's a whole bunch of teachers that are listed as 7, 8.
Everybody's, no, they're all 7 or 8.
Well, that's
Hasn't been
not,
updated from last year.
that's not the way they're listed, so I had to go by what was in the book.
If I could just talk a little bit about scheduling in general. So we did a huge overhaul with our master schedule last year, and some of you might be aware of this with your own students, but, so we went to really a more content-specific based model of scheduling last year, all the way 5 through 8th grade. So now that we have that structure, we now have content specialists teaching those areas. When you make a cut like this, it's very difficult to look at a middle school like you do an elementary school with straight numbers of students divided by the number of teachers to get a class average. First of all, you're going to see a lot of fluctuations. So if your average is 26, 27, there's going to be a class size of 30, maybe 31, just because students with special needs are scheduled a certain way and there's things happening there. The other thing is that we have 5 content areas that are covered at the middle school. A lot of this is driven by the curriculum demands. So between language arts, reading, math, science, social studies, we now have to make a decision around reducing content. So, for example, even in the 5th grade next year, we would have to make a decision between reading, language arts, which is a writing-based curriculum. In 8th grade, it's now a tech-based curriculum with the language arts side of that. So these are they're not just class size decisions, these are content.
Program.
And not only that, but we have teachers who are specialized in those content areas. So now we're potentially trying to make a decision around moving a teacher out of an area they're specialized in and into an area that they might have to, take a class or something, but it's not their area of focus.
Okay.
So it's a lot more than a class size decision at the middle school. It's really, scheduling is a puzzle, and those of you that have had kids in the middle school, you know that, it's a challenge enough for the adults to figure out, but, sometimes the kids can be, so I just want to make sure that's out there so you understand the nature of it's more like a high school model in a sense where you've got a certain number of content areas in their schedule.
I actually had the same, very close to what Cindy had for this one, and I understand your view. My concern is, given an increase in the budget, you might be facing making that decision anyway. If this budget does not pass, there are going to be some painful cuts that are going to need to be made. And so we're going to need to think about it anyway. Whether the budget committee takes those positions or the voters take the positions.
They always come out of the same places, those, whenever they go to a default budget, it always comes out of maintenance and all the other things, it never comes out of these.
Well,
Very
here's
rarely.
But they, at the bottom line budget though, they could make the decision to not do those cuts.
Here's how I'm thinking, there's the option for one, I think there's room to lose one, unfortunately. But, we could go through further and then start eliminating percentages of books, because it's one less classroom. So that offers you a little bit of leniency to keep in a second teacher that's potentially on a chopping block. The fact that it's only a possibility of just one, that is more appealing than 2. I think it's tight.
I tend to side with that table there, because, like I said, at GMS, it's really simple. LMS is a mixture between GMS and Campbell High School, and Campbell High School is another can of worms. And I really look to the administration to see what they need to handle that kind of educational process. And through the years, I've had the confidence in the administration to make those changes. I've already seen it in Campbell High School, and I suspect at some point we'll see something happen at LMS. I don't think this is the year for it personally.
I learned after being here for 4 years that LMS and CHS is a total different mathematical equation than GMS. And I quite honestly don't really understand it, and I probably never will, but that's okay, as long as we can get the answers.
And I only can defer to Cindy's years of experience on the school board, so for that kind of knowledge, so I'm kind of at a loss with LMS too.
Yeah. I would again, and I know you heard it a couple nights ago, but again, now more than ever, and I think if this cut is made, we're going to be making decisions around cutting reading or language arts, and given a very high standard with ELA right now in the curriculum, again, and I know you hear this, but it is a whole different ball of wax than just taking a total number of students divided by number of teachers. That's not the sacrifice that's going to happen. It's going to happen in content, instruction, and that's my concern.
You'd have to, with the 7 or 8, you'd have to take a 7 or 8 if it were 7, the class sizes would be 228s and 229s.
And my, and I appreciate what Tom's saying about content areas, that's critical. And I know the difficulty in scheduling. What confused me, and it's been a while, we did some team teaching, we created teams. And so when I saw the 7, 8, what that said to me was there's a teacher that teaches both 7th and 8th grade. So there's not overlap, but there's somebody who's flexible. If that's not the case, if what I'm reading here isn't accurate, then that does change things.
So it is inaccurate. I can tell you that we have a grade 5, 6, 7, 8 team individually, grade
So
5, grade
English,
6,
math,
grade 7,
science,
grade 8.
reading, that's a
And
cohesive
we
curriculum
have
team.
content specialists at each one of those grade levels.
Okay. Then what
No, go ahead.
I would like to do is withdraw my motion.
I'll second that, if that's what I have to do.
Well, it would be up to
How's that
Carrie
work?
to
Oh,
withdraw
I'm
her
sorry.
second.
I'll withdraw my second, but I have a feeling we're gonna do some bottom line cuts anyway. I'll withdraw it, and we'll keep discussing, and we'll see where it shakes out at the end.
Okay, the motion has been withdrawn. Anything else?
Can we just back up just for a moment? I don't know if Bill has the answer or not. Going back to page 2, the cuts of $110,000 for a 3rd and 4th grade teacher. I'm just curious who you're cutting.
I'm sorry, pardon?
$110,000 for 2 teachers,
I took an average,
so you don't have names?
no,
Oh, gosh.
no,
Why would that's not our
No.
purview of the budget committee to
No.
Well,
decide who?
Because she was going for the 2 lowest paid teachers, so she,
That's how she did it.
Yeah, I did an average also for the elementary school, but the average to me didn't make sense at the middle school, because it was much higher, you have a bigger discrepancy, you have some
well,
teachers
Bill just came
making.
up with a number, so I'm just wondering where he came up with that number.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I looked at the 3rd grade teachers, the 4th grade teachers, and said, what kind of number might there be? Because quite frankly, it's a big lump, and who knows where it's gonna be. You could be, the high-paid one may go, and maybe the low-paid.
All right, page 7.
Wait a minute, yeah, page 7. That's what it was, right?
We were on, well, I was on page 6. Page 7.
Okay, I'm back on sub-salaries, 120, account 120. In this case, I would move from 42,400 to 38,400.
38,400, is there a second?
Second.
It's a reduction of
That's
4,000.
$4,000.
Yeah, my notes have LMS at last year at 35,000 for subs.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of a reduction, 120 substitute salaries by $4,000 for a new line total of $38,400, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstain? 620, motion passes.
And account 220, social security. Hope I get it right this time. I moved from 91,363 to 91,055.
Second.
It's been made and seconded. And that is a reduction of $308. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of reducing 220 Social Security by $308 for a new line total of $91,055, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstain? 620, motion passes. Anything else on page 7? Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11.
Yeah, hold on a second. Account number 113, tutor salaries. I've moved from $23,648 to $15,682.
Second.
It's been made and seconded.
I'm sorry, Bill. Page and line.
Page 11, the 113 tutor salaries.
So that's basically level funding it and reducing the $7,966.
Thank you.
Yeah, I looked at, year-to-date, they've only spent $113 in this account. And it's on an as-required basis, that was what the discussion was, so it's as a need, so. They fully funded it, and I'm saying funded, but maybe not at that particular level.
Any further discussion?
Can I just mention, I mean, you can't look at year-to-date necessarily.
No, I just,
I understand, but I mean, the year's just started,
yeah.
so.
Yeah, and I also realize that you've already encumbered peanuts.
Again, the year's just started.
Well, what was the methodology?
But my point being that I'll go with the number you have in this year's budget personally, and not necessarily increase it.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of 113 tutor salaries, level funding, which is a reduction of $7,966 for a new line total of $15,682, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Oh.
Aye.
Any abstain?
Account 220, Social Security. Where am I?
What was that? 620.
Yeah, gotcha. I moved from $7,449 to $6,841.
Second.
It's been made and seconded. Which is a reduction of $608. Any further discussion? All those in favor of reducing 220 Social Security by $608 for a new line total of $6,841, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? 620, motion passes. Page 12. Page 13.
Let's come back to the discussion of number of students versus everything. Do we need, how is the breakdown of the English teachers or any teachers of more than 5? I mean, could we get away with one teacher per subject per grade? Based on the numbers, it seems to bear out that you could have 5 periods with 4 teachers and still be within the margins, and if not, go to a 6-period block, still be cheaper than the 5th person.
At the high school level, I mean, you think in most cases, students take an English class a year, and that would be the same. In essence, if you look across the class size, we have 2 big classes at the high school this year, so we have a class of 6 classes at both grade 9 and 11, and 5 at 10 and 12. And so it'll be this size. They went up by about 38 kids this year, and that'll stay for 1 more year, and then they'll drop down by about 30 kids or so, and then 2 years later, they'll drop down again, and it'll be 5 across the row. So these are the last 2 groups, both at the high school that have 6. So you're really running 2 grade levels at 5, 2 grade levels at 6, would put you at 5.5. And then you have the fact that in their junior or senior year, some students like to specialize and take not the one core subject, but take some English electives as well. So we have a full load we have, in essence, 5 teachers at all of the core subject areas. And instead of taking 5 academic periods a day in unified arts, what they end up taking is essentially 4 periods one day and 4 the next. So they're taking 7, or in some cases, 8 classes. And so the actual teacher count has to be a little bit higher.
It's at the high school, it's by credit rather than by like class size.
No, I know, I just also know that you could get away with probably reducing one, whether it's the right year to do it. Again, my concern is we are looking at a significant increase, and cuts have to come from somewhere. And unfortunately, this is the biggest chunk of the budget. So if we're gonna hope to pass a budget, there's gotta be cuts somewhere. And again, not that I'm gonna do it now, I may later do a bottom line number, but I just get the information now so I can make a good proposal. Thank you.
Anything else on page 13? Page 14? Page 15? Page 16? Page 17? Page 18?
Yeah, page 18. Account 114, para salaries. I would move from 6,000 to 4,000.
All right, a motion has been made to reduce by $2,000 for a new line total of $4,000.
Second.
Made and seconded. I can do that math.
You know, we spent $2,800 last year.
Any further
I just
discussion?
don't see the support for the $6,000.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of 114, para monitor salary, reducing by $2,000 for a new line total of $4,000, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstain? 620, motion passes.
And 119, summer program salaries. I'd move from $50,000 to $45,000.
A motion is to reduce $5,000 for a new line total of $45,000.
Second.
It's been made and seconded. Is further discussion?
Which is basically, you know, what we spent last year. And this is a summer program, and this year, we've already spent $38,000, summer's gone. So
But
45 didn't look like a
Next
bad
year's,
number.
next year's budget starts July 1, and that's when the summer school program starts. Right. There is extended, the requirement for extended year programs in special education is relatively new, and we're still in a little bit of a ramp-up period. So I think moving it up a little bit in the budget was probably appropriate, but
Well, if the summer program is over, and $38,000 was spent this year, and then last year $45,000, the previous year $32,000, it sounds like the year high of $45,000, that's still what's being left.
well, if you look at the trend, because remember we talked about when you take average and when you take trend, the trend is 32.45. If you follow that trend, it shows a very different number than 45. If you take an average
Well,
on a program that's trending up, because it's only been required really over the last several years.
But you missed the latest data point, which is $38,000, so now it trended back down quite a bit.
I'm sorry?
What you spent so far this year is $38,000.
Yeah, your summer program is over for this year, and you spent $38,000, so now your trend is back down.
It's still,
So $45,000 still leaves your one-year recent history high intact. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of 119 special ed summer program salary, a reduction of $5,000 for a new line total of $45,000, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
And any abstain? So that's 710. Anything else on page 18? Page 19. And we had some questions on special ed stuff, but we were told to ask that during the special ed presentation next week. 20. 21. 22, 23. Yeah, these are all special ed. Okay, now 24. 25. 26. 27. 'I'm going to make a motion for 110 salaries on page 27 to level fund that, which is a reduction of $5,121 for a new line total of $92,925.
Second.
It's been made and seconded. Again, just a concern that, and I know we wrapped in a couple of new sports, but just a concern that we gotta make reduction somewhere, and there's gonna be, have to be some conserving of money. And so I just thought that level funding, or everybody else is taking cuts, I thought we could at least level fund athletics. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of 110 salaries reducing by $5,121 for a new line total of $92,925, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
And any abstention? So that's 7-1. Frank, I wasn't sure if I heard you.
I had said that I was supporting the reduction.
Okay, just want to double check. All right. 28. 29. 30. 31. 32. 33.
The conversation about self-funded programs?
Mhm. Yep. So that's back on,
Yeah.
like,
Well,
21,
started
29,
on
30.
29, went to 30. Question about whether or not that should be in the budget at the full amount.
You know, it's probably better discussed when we do the end of the bottom line on the MS 27.
Is this a budget conversation, or is this a how we represent,
Well,
how we represent self-funded in the budget? Because that's a conversation for the night. Because the self-funded budget isn't part of the Fund 10 line, it doesn't show up there, but it does impact, as Mr. Spencer mentioned the other night, how people look at the numbers. So I agree that it's not really a budget conversation, it's a conversation about how we represent. And I think,
see, if I had my preference, I would fund it at $1. Because the discussion we had the other night was, that doesn't impact whatsoever the programs. The revenue comes in, gets spent on the program, so it doesn't impact that at all. But it does impact that bottom line number that goes on the first warrant article, which is the appropriation. So from my point of view, the wise thing to do would be to put a dollar amount in there and take it out of the operating piece of the budget. And you're shaking your head are you saying that's feasible, or?
no, I think we need to have a discussion, we'll be prepared for it. What do we got, 2 meetings next week? Which one would
Yep.
be better to have that discussion at?
And that's what I think so too. So we really know what we're doing on it.
So I agree.
Makes your budget easier, so.
What?
It just makes your budget easier, so.
I know, when we have our special ed discussion, that's a pretty heavy night, so probably Tuesday, the 16th would be the best night to have if we want to have a discussion on self-funded programs.
That's really how we fund the thing, because you know, the increase in the budget, where am I at? Self-funded. It's up $29,000 over the existing budget. I mean, that's, and the existing budget was 39,000. You get a self-funded budget in there of $68,000 that you don't really need to say,
And it distorts when we report out. I mean, unfunded at the year end, a lot of that underspend comes in self-funded. So
Yeah.
it pushes up the perception of the budget, and it pushes up the perception of the underspend.
yeah, I think would be wise to get it out, honestly, you know.
All right, so we will push that discussion off. So we were on page 31.
Well, I have an understanding of how you determine how many guidance counselors are needed for the student population. GMS has gone down to 1, and there's 2 of the other ones. What's the, at what point do we decide that it's appropriate to reduce that staffing level? You know?
I'm sorry, which line and which?
Well, the question was pertaining, I believe, to both LMS guidance, 110 salaries, as well as CHS guidance service. It's the same question that would end up for both. I know you're talking, you mentioned Tuesday about having a 5-year plan, and I just worry that 5 years, we'll be in default budgets for 5 years, because these won't pass. And trying to find ways that we could actually bring it in line with what people could support, what positions could be reduced and not impact student education. So at what point do we know that we can reduce a guidance counselor? Is there, we talked to assistant principals where there was a feeling of 500 was good. Is there a number, a rule of thumb for guidance counselors?
One at an elementary school of almost 500 is within the, because they're just below 500 meets the minimum standard. It's a little thin, but we've always done it.
In GMS, you have the early intervention, and they're involved in that as well, right?
GMS, we have 2 guidance
So I would assume that
counselors.
GMS would have pretty heavy workload for them, and they do it with 1. So I'm just curious as to the other schools.
Guidance counselors do a lot in that sense. I mean, you've got 200-plus students with a lot on the go. At the high school, we have, actually, our director of guidance has a caseload. So at the high school, the ratio, I think, drops to 300 to 1 or lower, because it's so intensive around course advising. There's no real scheduling to do. There's no real selection of courses until you get to high school, as you know. And then you have preparation for college, that whole piece. So we only have 1 actual full-time guidance counselor, and that's Mr. Parsons. Mr. Raymond is half-time, and they've been requesting to have him go 60% instead of 50%, so he would be here, you know, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 3 full days, and they've requested that position go to 60%, and that's been denied forever, and probably will be, but, and then the guidance director, Callanan, actually has a half caseload as well. So she's actually a half-time guidance counselor and half-time. So that gives a total of 2 full-time guidance counselors, which is about normal for a school this size. When you have 80 to 85% of your students going on to post-secondary, there's a lot of individual advising. They also sit on IEP meetings, 504 meetings, you know, those sorts of things on a regular basis. So the high school, I think, is probably staffed a little leaner than I would like, but given where we are budget-wise, you know, I don't see that changing. I think at the high school, in 2 years from September, you'll have both big classes gone through, and you'll be down to 5 across the board. So you'd be down the equivalent of 2 full classes. I think what we have to do is plan programmatically for that change. There may be, you know, some differences in between, but that's the next big piece. So what happens when, you know, this small 1, 2, and next year's grade 3 small class moves up? So that there's sort of that moving up. And how do you try and when you move core class teachers because of loss of students, at what point do you now have enough loss of students that you can then take that saving across the unified arts teachers as well? And so those are the conversations. How do you look at chunks of students over time, and at what point do you end up with a full-time to a part-time, and what time, so it is a long-term piece. It's, middle school is difficult to make a cut. Elementary, moving a class from one end to another is a little easier in that sense, as has been discussed. But that's kind of where we are, I'd say. So at the high school, class sizes at most high schools are pretty favorable. They're pretty favorable here. Average class size of this year for all classes is about 19.3. Average class size for core academic classes is about 19.2.
All right.
Should have got to your question, though. Your question was about guidance, and how do you know the right number of people?
I thought you were talking just more broadly about what are the sort of factors?
Like I said, there's a huge increase, and if you want to claw back, if you have a chance, it has to come from here. So it's a good idea to gather the information on all of them, because they're all, it sounds like it's a bottom line number, might be easier once you guys sort it out.
All right, it's 10:35. We've got quite a few pages to go, and we still have the town, which is waiting very patiently. So let's, page 31, page 32, page 33, page 34, page 35, page 36, page 37.
Just let me stop on this one just a second. And, I looked at under the 110 salaries, the bottom on page 37, the jump from today's 7,000 to 12,500. And my temptation was to level fund that at 7,000. Am I missing something here?
Good question. I've not had a chance. Dr. Heenan's been in the office, but I have it circled with a question next to it to ask her about it, and I neglected to do so. No, what I said the other night I think is still true. The description and the math don't match. Trend has been 20 mentors for last year, 500, which would have been $10,000. But it's clearly not reflected in the historical budget.
So do I make a reduction or not?
I'll make a reduction, 110 salaries, reduced by 5,500 to a new total of 7,000 in that line.
Second.
It's been made and seconded. Any discussion? I know we keep hearing, don't go by history, but I'm going by history. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of 110 salaries, a reduction of 5,500 for a new line total of 7,000, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstain? 710 passes. 38. 39. Oh, yeah, we had that answered. 40.
On line 110, everybody here knows my position has always been on governing body. I don't have to rehash it all. However, I just want to let everybody know that I've actually given up on that for both the school and the town at this point in moving forward, because there's no support on it, and there didn't even seem to be an inkling of support. However, because we got here, I just wanted to again restate my position, and I would support if anybody else at any time did want to bring it back up again.
All right. 41. 42. 43. 44. 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51.
51. And 110 salaries, projected administrative increase in benefits. I'm not proposing to do anything with this, but it seems to me that we're inconsistent with what we've done with the town and with the school. And that we've asked the town to put those kind of increases on a separate warrant, and yet within the school, we're leaving it within the school budget. And I'm wondering as a committee whether that's the way we ought to be functioning or not.
And I don't remember, is that something we asked, or is that something the town chose to do themselves? I honestly don't remember.
I would hazard a guess that the Budget Committee has been needling the town for God knows how long to put in a sewer.
I think that's how it shook out.
All right.
I think the budget committee pushed the town that way.
So why are
To warrant.
we? Yeah. So
I'm not making a motion.
I'll make the motion to reduce line 110 salaries by $31,730 to a line item of 0 and encourage the school board to use the warrant process.
Madam Chair, that's not a,
I will make the motion to reduce the line item by $31,730 to the line item of 0.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion?
It's like it was mentioned, consistency. If we're going to encourage one body to do it, the other body should be held to the same standard. I'm not saying that people wouldn't support it, but I do think that people should have the opportunity to weigh in.
So, a second so we could discuss this. That $31,730 is a pool of money, roughly 3% to give salary increases, correct? To non-bargaining employees.
Yes. We have, well, in particular, administrators, we have 14 or 15 altogether. Our administrators' salaries are not especially competitive as they are, as they should be, rather. We have hired a lot of administrators since I came here, and the board at that time made a commitment to a model for model contract for people to come in, and instead of using the industry standard, which is 25 vacation days, 3 personal days, 15 sick days accumulating to, and then the severance that you folks love so much, the commitment was made basically to say we will increase salaries appropriately and put them on contracts where there is no severance, no 1%, no sick time buyout. It would be an ETO model. And since I started in 12-13, we've done that for all incoming administrators. The problem is we've really not done the first part of that argument, which is let's move the salary up because we're saving annually by not accumulating this deficit in severance. So we're not competitive salary-wise, and contract structure, I don't know of a single other district, at least in New Hampshire, if not New England, who is in a PTO model. We need to worry about retention of our administrators, and given that virtually all are now in a PTO model, it is going to save on the other end on severance, and our salaries really haven't been increased. So we've gotten some good people in here. The question is, how do you keep them? We've done the math on what it costs annually for the severance, and you folks know a few years ago when we had some people leave. So the benefit of that shows up in not having to throw in, potentially $70,000 if somebody's been here for 20 years ago. So the board, I think, has been very proactive, very gutsy, quite honest, perhaps stupid on my part to be the guinea pig, because we didn't know whether or not we've been able to attract good administrators, but I think we've done that. The concern at this point that I've expressed to the board is if we don't live up to the initial part of that is we need to have at least competitive salaries with administrators, because if we're taking away the severance and we're taking away 25 sick days, 25 vacation days, 15 sick days that can accumulate, personal days that can accumulate, and then take the severance off as well, we're on balance, going to lose good people over time, and we want to avoid that. So that's essentially there to address.
Frank, do you have any thoughts about it? Because again, my concern was just differences between the town and the school and how we handle this.
Yeah, I think you end up creating situations where you put people so far behind the curve that what ends up happening is they'll never catch up. The town in particular has people who haven't received salary increases in over 4 years. And we've got people now whose salaries are all over the place. And we're trying to make sense of it and get it into some type of a pattern that makes sense for the positions they hold and everything else. And I think that if you're going to do something, it's got to be done, to me, it should be done in the budget. That's the way I feel.
And my concern is when you have a warrant article that says, should the school district choose to go that route, would you support a 3% raise? Well, now you're giving an across-the-board 3% raise, and that removes the discretion of the administration to say, you've done a great job, you deserve 4, needs areas of improvement, you deserve 1.
The warrant article not be written.
It could probably be written that way.
For example, the town's, and I don't want to get into the town warrant article right now. I would love to get into the town warrant article. Get this over with.
Yeah, I know.
The town warrant article is written not that we're getting X% raise. The town's warrant article is we're using a certain set of money to try and get the positions correct, and at the same time, to consider where they should be in terms of an appropriate salary.
Was this in last year's budget?
Yes.
Something like this?
It's been in,
It's been in the operating budget all along. and
Every
So why
year.
have people gone 4 years without a raise? if it's
no,
been
he
in-
means the town.
Town.
I'm sorry.
I work for the town, I don't work for the school, although sometimes I wonder.
Ray, and then Dr. Cochran.
Just that if you look at, and they're calling this last 10 years, I mean, folks in industry, not in the municipal setting, are not getting these kind of raises year after year after year after year. 3%, 3%, 3%, 3% is not what's happening in the rest of the world.
Well, I beg to differ with
I
you,
don't
and
know,
we'll go
that's-
through this when we get to our warrant articles.
All right, Dr. Cochran? And then
Number
we can-
one, it hasn't happened here either, at least not since I've been here, and I don't think
Right.
before. We do have a salary range, and the fact that it's 3% does not mean that everybody's getting a 3% raise. This is, some people are actually brought in at a level that was appropriate, other people less so. So we have, I believe it was last year, the pool that was approved for administrator raises was, did not guarantee anybody any raise. There were some historical inequities there that needed to be addressed, and some people got more than others, some people, quite honestly, got none, because they were ahead of the curve. So it was last year was essentially my job as superintendent to try and move people to where they should be on the new model. And this sum of money would get us the rest of the way there, basically.
There should be 2 buckets of money that, and this is very common practice in industry. One is that is used for making adjustments to get people to where they should be. The second is to reward them for performance. And that's where the merit increases come from, and that's where they should be applied. Some people, to Dr. Cochran's point, may get 0. Some people may get, throw it outside, 1.
The existing structure basically says there's a percentage increase and you're either eligible or not. Well, the reality is virtually everybody's eligible virtually every year because it's a 4-point scale. If you get a 1, you're on an improvement plan. If you're a 2, you get your raise. Although, in theory, some could be withheld. And it's the board's desire to move to much more of a performance-based system. So rather than a % raise, it will be this much money.
I don't, I think the discussion might be centered on the wrong issue. I don't think anybody is disputing or arguing that. I guess it's just a matter of who makes the decision.
Whether it's us.
Is it the people that are giving those raises, which is ultimately paying all the taxpayers, or is it a small set of people? So I actually, I don't disagree with anything you said. It's just, I think it's a matter of how it's done.
It has to be done by somebody like Dr. Cochran, who determines whether Chris Pascucci's doing a better job than Frank Byron, and whether Chris gets a higher merit increase than Frank Byron.
I do agree.
That is where it has to be made. And on top of it, there also has to be a smoothing of that. For example, Dr. Cochran has to take a look at the principals of the school to make sure that those staffs are appropriately awarding their salary increases, or not.
I do agree, and so I didn't mean that, so I might have misspoke. It's just a matter of appropriating the money should come from the people that are paying it, so they should say yes individually to the lump sum. Of course, the taxpayer shouldn't say who gets the raise. I do agree with that.
All right. It's 10 minutes of 11. All those in favor of a reduction to line 110 salaries of $31,730 for a new line total of 0, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No. And abstain. 260. Motion fails.
So,
All right,
now, going back to the town.
so, going back to the town.
We're not on the town yet.
How about we start
We will.
with the town?
No, I'm not done.
Okay.
Come on.
All right, we're on page 51. Where do you want to go?
It's right here, on this
Okay.
page 51.
All right.
You know, when we went through the budget, I made a point of pointing out the fact that the teachers that we had last year aren't necessarily the teachers we have this year. That we've had turnover here, here, and here, and here. And that results in attrition. Okay? And many years we've taken attrition, some years we haven't. I think as I went through the budget, it was pretty clear that there is turnover that occurs year after year. And that turnover gets reflected in the total salary amount that's in there, as well as the healthcare costs, which I'll talk about after we get through with this. So I personally think we ought to take an attrition number. And I'll throw one out, and then we can either vote very quickly, yes or no on it. And it would go in this particular 110 salaries line. So, believe it or not, I would move that 31,730 to a negative 15,000. I'm sorry, to a 1,730. 1,730.
Oh.
Which is a $30,000 overall reduction in the salary line.
All right, there's a motion to reduce 110 salaries by $30,000, leaving a total in that line of $1,730.
So that's the sum of 110 by an amount of, the overall 110,
Yes.
Yeah. Global.
So you're just
No,
putting
I
it
need a
here.
second.
A second.
Yeah, so you're putting it here, but
Yeah,
it's
because
all
that's a
over.
logical place to
Okay,
put it.
all right.
That's where we've always put it, actually.
Okay. Further discussion?
Yeah, I don't understand. Sorry.
When you hire people, when people leave and you hire new people, some people are more expensive, some people are less expensive. Historically, when all is said and done, we've ended up saving some money because people have come in less expensive.
And when we talked to custodians, that was one of the points we talked about, that they have vacancies, they're hard to fill. So even though you budget it for the full year, they actually don't get on the payroll for the full year. In the case of the paras, we have turnover. In the case of the teachers, we have turnover. So if you took the total salary number, let's say $2 million, which is based upon the existing payroll today, that's not what you're going to see next year when this goes in. You're going to see a different number. And traditionally, it's been less than what's been projected.
And $30,000 over the entire district is actually very small. I can remember years we've done $30,000 out of school.
Okay, and all of that I understand and agree with, but I thought that specific pool of money was.
So it has nothing to do with this pool of money whatsoever. This is a negative number.
It's a new line item.
Basically, it's
Okay.
from 110
On the 110
salaries. So he
salaries.
just picked a salary somewhere of 110.
Okay.
the larger the pool, the more stable you can predict that. In Nashua, you know, they would predict a $600,000 reduction, but on the other hand, you had 960 teachers, which is, in our case, it's a little volatile. I did notice the other day that when you looked at projected salaries versus actuals, so I think the actual reduction when we looked at staff was about, for LEA only, was about 15. So you probably got to go to 30 on the turnover, but you lost on people who finished master's degrees and things like that and stepped up. So it's probably north of 15, whether it's 30 or not, I don't know, but.
Okay, that makes sense, thank you.
Does that make sense? Because teachers are more than 2/3 of the salary.
Yeah.
And their actual net savings was about 15 in terms of turnover, so.
All right, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of 110 salaries, a reduction of $30,000 for a new line of $1,730, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Aye.
So it is 5-3-0. Motion passes.
Now, line 211, health insurance. Okay. We had the question of a resident about the 30,000. I'm not even going to argue that point.
It's ugly.
But I did, and everybody got a copy of what actually occurs, of what everybody in the committee got a copy. And you saw this last year. And what it does, it compares to what is requested in the budget for healthcare and what is actually spent. And we've actually got 7 years here. 2008, we underspent the healthcare budget by $102,000. 2009, we underspent it by $117,000. 2010 was the only one that was close at $31,000 underspent. 2011, $104,000. 2012, $125,000. 2013, $93,000. Last year, $117,000, and this is from what is requested, not what actually goes in the budget. So it's pretty clear that for whatever reason, whether it's changes in personnel, guaranteed minimum rate being less than what was guaranteed, all those things come into it, but no question that we traditionally underrun what is requested by at least $100,000. Now, my proposal would be to have a global reduction here also.
So I had a.
I have a number, but,
So I have a question.
yeah.
I know the town just started with new health insurance, I think it was in October. How, did the school district also start with a new health insurance company?
July 1, I believe.
July 1. So we don't have the history with this company.
No, but the factors are the same, Cindy, it's a combination of all the things that I said.
Mhm.
And I think the guaranteed rate is,
In the years that it was big, though, most of it came from the differential between the guaranteed maximum healthcare increase and the actual.
Yes.
I mean, if you think of what happened with LGC, and that's who we were with, LGC pocketed huge amounts of money that they've now paid back because the increase, that differential between GMR and the rates was big, and you know, they made sure they had a nice safety basket. That really has changed somewhat, so I understand the principle. You do have to remember that between salary and benefits last year, we combined, we were over budget slightly. So there's not a whole lot to spare between salary and benefits, and I think we're a little tighter than we have been. So,
For these years of surplus, where does that all go back to?
Back to the voters.
It
Back
goes
with-
back to offset the tax rate.
I mean,
It-
quite
but-
honestly, I agree with Mr. Spencer that as much as possible, you don't take taxes away and then give it back. I mean, there were 5 years ago, 6 years ago, there were 850,000, 700,000 back. And last year, the unspent amount in our budget was less than $50,000. So, you know, we're asking for appropriations, we're actually spending them. Hopefully, we're spending them on the most important things. I'm just cautioning that when it's all said and done, I'm not sure that we're gonna have as much cushion as I would like, but.
Would anybody like to make a motion?
I'm going to. And when I looked at it, and actually,
You gonna give her a thumbs up or thumbs down if she was close?
well,
No, you've got the numbers in front of you, you can, come up with.
yeah, let me, that's, because actually your number was wrong. This year's requested appropriation is actually more than what you put in here, so I'm trying to figure out now if my number is still what I want it to be.
That's the budget amount, that's the requested amount.
Jeez. 2 million, all right. So if we go based on history of the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, then we would only budget 94.43% of what the request is, which would be a reduction of 113,249. So, considering this is a new healthcare company we don't have the history with, I'm going to play it conservative and make a motion to reduce 211 by $55,000. $55,000.
55?
Yep. Is there a second?
You're taking it and dividing by 2?
I'm just saying, instead of 113, I'm doing actually less than half of history, only because we don't have history with this company.
And
I'll
that's,
second it.
and that's taking the Affordable Care Act and all those
It's leaving it.
question marks about that into consideration. I think it's still a safe number.
That just offsets it, right?
That kind of offsets the affordable care, some of
Right.
it anyways. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none? And this is from, I think the biggest pool of it is right at the beginning.
So we're putting a negative 55,000.
Actually, what I'm gonna do is, if we go back to page 3, because that's the biggest pool of health insurance, and I'm gonna,
Yeah, just put it right here.
I'm gonna make it there. So the reduction is gonna be on page 3, 211 health insurance, a reduction of $55,000. And I gotta figure out what the new total would be.
We've already reduced that.
Yeah, because we already reduced that. So the new total on that line would be 207,604, if my math is correct. So the new total was 262,604, reducing 55,000 additional from that leaves 207,604. So I think that's the easiest place to take it from, because that's the biggest pool.
Okay, but you're gonna, for
I'm-
reporting purposes, you're gonna remove all 55,000 from GMS's healthcare?
I'm just,
How would you like to see it?
How did you do the,
I would normally do it on the bottom.
yeah, as a bottom line, so we,
the-
because that's the other option we
The
can
three,
take is
you know,
when we
We've
do,
got the healthcare change in there, rather than plus 30, it would be a negative or something.
we can do it in January when we do the object in the MS-27 and make our final decisions. We can make a cut then.
Yeah, to me, it's easier to do it at the back of the budget as opposed to the front end.
I mean, in this case, it truly is a bottom line reduction.
It's a bottom line reduction.
As opposed to saying somewhere in salaries, you have to find X. This is truly, it's related
It's a
to, as
bottom
yours
line.
was, it was attrition, which is a reasonably predictable across the board
Yeah.
thing. And we treat this the same way. I think it makes sense to,
Do it on this
That way.
district-wide benefit fixed and charges. Be very-
My only problem, I have a problem making a negative number. That's why I was looking for a
Well,
bigger.
but we do it in curriculum, co-curriculum. I mean, there's a negative number in there.
It's not inconsistent with our behavior.
It's
To
not,
me, it's easier for them to
Put it in,
handle.
yeah.
20,000?
Yeah, I just think it's, and like I said, I can withdraw my motion, and we can do this when we do our final voting, and then it's on the MS 27 when we do our object line.
Put it here.
I just to soon get it out of the way
Okay.
tonight, and then we may not have to worry about it when we do the MS 27.
All right, I've made the motion, it's just a question of where you want to show it, that's
Yeah.
all.
You druthers is what?
I think for someone looking at the budget, it makes more sense to do it as the same way we did the attrition.
Yeah, one lump sum, which would be on page 51 of the book, yeah.
Okay, so it's gonna be a
So
negative,
that would change the
it's gonna be a negative
the
20,000.
55,000, there'll be a negative 10,
All I'm thinking
20.
is,
20,000.
I'm looking forward to being here a year from now and having these conversations and saying, why the heck is GMS's?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so there's a motion, and we're gonna put it on page 51 under district-wide, which is gonna leave a negative 20,000. All right, so now that we've found a place to put it, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of 211 health insurance, a reduction of $55,000, leaving a new line total of negative $20,000, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
And any abstain? 6-0, motion passes. All right. Anything else for school salaries and benefits?
Okay.
All right. I am so sorry, Frank. We are now moving on to town, and I do apologize for the lateness of the hour. Warrant articles for the town. They were posted, as was noted at our last meeting, so hopefully everybody had a chance to look at them. And
Thank you very much.
thank you, Tom, for coming. I do want you to know, I am so glad you were here with your explanations. I do think it was very helpful to have that discussion.
He's happy he was here, too.
I always think it's worthwhile.
Thank you very much.
Good night. All right, potential warrant articles, 2015. How do you want to proceed?
I'll just start with a list. If everybody has a list in front of them, that would be perfect.
Okay.
First one is for a fire department utility vehicle. Okay, currently, right now, the utility vehicle that we have, which is a forestry vehicle, it's a four-wheel drive vehicle, it's used for going off-road, has a skid mounted to the back of it. And no, Ray, it's not the big forestry that you're thinking of, it's the
F-350.
350. Right now, that's undersized for the amount of water they have to carry. And it's actually a situation where the brakes won't stop the vehicle and all types of fun things. So what they're looking to do is try and get themselves a bigger vehicle. I think they're looking at a 450, somewhere in that line. What we're looking to try and do is, we budgeted $20,000 as a warrant article to replace that vehicle, with the intention that we'll try and pick up a used vehicle somewhere through the system. Either through the state, maybe, or somewhere else, we'll try and get a used vehicle. So that's what we came up with. That vehicle at a 450 would handle the skid much better than the existing vehicle. So,
Any questions on fire department utility vehicle? All right, next, highway department paint machine.
there is a request that we try and purchase a paint machine.
It was in the,
That we purchase a paint machine, at the value of $7,500. It would be used for striping. It's not intended to do the center line striping or the fog line striping on the sides of the road, but the intention is to use it to do paint bars and that type of stuff. Currently in town, we have 220 stop bars, 36 crosswalks, 28 stop words painted outside of Albuquerque Avenue. What else do we got here? What did I say? 134 stop bars, 8 stops, 13 arrows, 1 one-way only type thing, 2 schools and 8 ahead, so there's the word schools ahead type thing. In costs, that is a expenditure for the town, it's in the budget of $5,606. So the payback on this is roughly a year and a half, 2 years, and you pay it back. The cost for this includes the stencils, it includes the paint sprayers, the whole thing ready to go. And the only thing that doesn't include is the cost of the variable costs, such as the paint itself, that type of thing, and the labor, of course, to do it.
What is the projected amount of paint per year to paint all of those? You mentioned
I don't
stop
have
bars.
that information, Chris, I'm sorry.
And what's the projected amount of labor to do all
I
of
don't have
that?
that information, I'm sorry.
So is this something we do every year? So 5606 is in the budget every year?
Correct. It's actually 19,000, I believe it's in the budget. There's also included in the budget 8,664 feet of double yellow line, 16,848 feet of white fog line, which costs approximately $12,365.
Which this machine would not do, right?
It's not the intention to do that.
Just to do stop bars and,
The question would be though, if we're doing that scope of work, how much of this does that really entail?
It'll do parking lots too, this
No, I
machine.
understand that, but I'm saying if sometimes, you get a deal, right? Magnitude thing, if you spend 30 grand and it costs 4 grand, well, I'll just give it to you because I already got 30 grand knocked up. So is there really gonna be a savings with this?
Yeah, because we get charged for putting all of that stuff on the road.
Right, there is a.
so we don't repaint them
highway
all
department's gonna
every
do
year.
No.
I just have 2 more questions. One is the same contractor that's doing the fog lines and the yellow lines is now doing all of this stuff.
It's my understanding.
And if I recall, and I might be wrong, weren't these lines, the stop bars and stuff, done every other year?
They'll go through the town and rotate them through, that's half is done every now and then, yeah.
So every one.
But
was
every
done-
year on an annual basis, we're spending $5,600 to do these, yes.
Okay.
What are we gonna spend in additional labor to run that machine and maintenance on those
Like I said to
machines?
Chris a moment ago, I don't have that labor number.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Is that a number that you just don't have, but it exists and we can get, like the paint and the labor?
Well, realistically, if you guys on staff.
I don't know if it exists. If I had it, I would have brought it
Are they
tonight,
on,
but
how, are they paid?
just one question at a time, folks, please. So I can see if I can get that information for you, what the labor would be, as well as the expenditure for paint.
Thank
That makes
you.
sense.
We would
Ma'am?
not be hiring anybody additional to this, right? It'd be
No.
done within the normal day.
Mhm.
So, and they're not, are they hourly? So there
Mhm.
could potentially be additional hours, they just wouldn't be.
Any other questions on highway department paint machine? All right, road improvement?
So this year, as you remember, last year, we put a warrant article in, I think it was, don't quote me, number 177,000, if I'm not mistaken. This is for 200,000. The idea is that the funds will be used towards the repair of Pinecrest Road and Blue Jay Way, as well as other roads as necessary. And they're looking to make it a non-lapsing special warrant article, so.
Wasn't it 150 last year?
No, it was about 177, because it was actually equivalent to the Highway Block Grant Fund, which was about 177.
So it's only, okay, so we're increasing it 23,000, any
Right.
particular reason?
The road agent had requested us that we go with 200,000. Originally, the Board of Selectmen went actually much higher than that. The Board of Selectmen cut that back.
Do we have a plan for which roads would, or like?
As it says in the article,
I haven't seen it, I'm sorry.
it'd be Pinecrest Road, Blue Jay Way.
No, I understand that, I'm looking long-term, if we're gonna do a non-lapsing warrant article, do we have like a 10-year plan as to what road gets hit when?
Non-lapsing warrant article only means that the funds don't expire and go back into the
Okay.
general fund, and we put a date of 2017.
My question still stands, though, do we have a plan?
Yeah,
Yes, they
if
do.
you go look under this at the
Okay.
town budget, they have a link that you can see what they're.
We can do road priorities.
No, I just, if somebody's looking and says, oh, my street is really bad, okay, I'm on the docket for 2018, then they have.
We have a plan that's laid out
Okay.
over multiple years that gives us where we're going to head
My
next.
only question is, do you really mean to do those roads?
Yeah.
Which you didn't last year.
Which we did or
You
didn't?
didn't mean that you were going to necessarily do those roads last year.
Yeah, we're going to do those roads.
Pardon?
We are going to do those roads,
Yeah.
Bill.
But the point was made at the.
The concern the selectmen have, and the reason the article's worded that way, is simply because if something happens, we want to be able to divert the money where there's the most need. For example, we had the Brickyard washout.
Really?
Yeah. And that created a
remember
whole
that.
type of.
Or Albuquerque.
Yeah, or Albuquerque. Actually, Albuquerque washed out, too. That was another
That's
classic.
right.
So we just want to be able to have some flexibility. So that's why they try to word it that way. But the intention is, right, to do those roads, Pinecrest and Blue Jay.
Any other questions on road improvement? 102 intersection.
102 intersection, this is a request of the citizens to come back with a cost estimate. For the engineering work to do this, it'd be about $160,000. And this would create a new access to Route 102 down potentially by the church.
Frank, would it, any reason why you don't include estimated costs for the project in there also?
Because we're not, you need to do the engineering to know the estimated cost.
Yeah, but except they gave you a ballpark number, I thought.
There's ballpark numbers, but it's got nothing to do with requesting the engineering costs on it. We'd present that, I'm sure, at the deliberative
Yeah, I
session,
mean,
but put it into a warrant article.
It's just background information. I mean, when you're voting on something like that, you really want to know downstream what you're voting for. You know? It makes no sense to spend $100,000 engineer and then vote the project down.
That's the continuation of Albuquerque, it's basically cleaning up that old intersection.
Albuquerque was originally
at
designed
H.
to continue and go down to Route 3A.
Yes.
I thought I've seen that.
Okay.
yeah.
In this case, what it would do is go partway through in back of Rotterdam, as I recollect
Yeah.
it. Oh, actually, come back on to Cutler and then cut through in back of the church and then hit the state property that's down on 102 that they purchased with circumferential.
That's where that old greenhouse is, isn't it? Out in that area?
No.
No, it's actually further
New
down.
Hampshire's Finance, right, that new place there? on
Yeah.
that-
Yep.
Do we have, are there right-of-ways currently existing there?
We have the design, that's how I got involved in the town. We have the design for the whole road design that goes all the way out to 3A.
Correct.
That was the first project I worked on, the Roland Burrs Run
Mhm.
on the back.
But there are existing right-of-ways, we wouldn't have to.
No, we'd have to
Purchase
purchase
them.
right-of-ways and stuff like that.
And there's significant wetlands as you head north there.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That's why we need the engineering.
Cricket counters will never
That
let
would
that
be
happen
easy.
anyways.
I didn't see the list of warrants yet. Is all the details that Mr. Byron's explaining in there with this? Okay.
There are
What-
links
what-
to
do you
some of
recall
them.
What was their back of the envelope estimate for construction?
Hang on, Bill, I'll open it up and tell you. I think I may even have it in my briefcase. Segment 1 was somewhere between $775,000 and $925,000. Segment 2, $390,000 to $470,000, and segment 3, $325,000 to $385,000. Total cost is basically rounded up $1.5 million to $1.8 million.
And when was the date of that estimate? Is it like
It-
last
it-
year?
you know,
The date of
I-
that
it-
estimate was November 12th, 2014.
Okay.
I think it matters.
No, I'm just saying, if it's 10 years ago, it's not, that's not a, you know, tons of
It's not
inflation.
gonna
No,
happen.
this
No, I
completely
understand it's not.
This has nothing to do with what was done 10 years ago. This is a completely different route.
Yeah, no, I just,
Yeah, okay.
it was originally one of them.
Any other questions on 102 intersection?
People on Cutler might want it.
All right, fire department air pack replacement.
Last year, we came in with a warrant article to try and do matching funds to get a grant for fire pack air replacement. Those packs are over their useful life, and we've got to start replacing them. The intention right now is to continue to try and get the grant for this year, see if we can get it. We were refused last year, we didn't win the grant. And if we don't get the grant this year, then what we would prefer to do is to raise the remaining balance, which is about $163,000, through fund balance. So that's the intention right now.
So we didn't do anything with them, we didn't do anything with that critical need this year, this past year? At the
No, we didn't. Because we didn't get the grant money. The way the warrant article was written, it depended on us getting the grant, and we didn't get the grant.
So if we put it on the warrant this year, and, I mean, if we don't get the grant, then we're still 2 more years past it, then we tax? Is that what I'm to understand? If we don't get the grant,
Right.
then we have to wait another year to appropriate the money.
No, the way the warrant article is going to be written, if we don't get the grant,
Then-
what will happen is then the money will be taken from fund balance.
Okay.
If the warrant article is approved.
And how much
We've
is
seen
it?
those, they're beat,
How much is in fund
those are the
balance?
ones we've seen.
How much is in
There-
fund balance?
There's enough to.
Yeah, $1.2 million
Yeah.
or something. I
That's
think
your
it's-
cushion in case things get bad.
That's your checkbook.
Like a rounding error.
All right, any other questions on air pack replacement? Public Works Expendable Trust Fund?
We're requesting the appropriation from the citizens of $12,970. As you remember, the Public Works Expendable Trust Fund is the fund that's used for multiple purposes. It can replace broken equipment at the recycling center, or some of the plow equipment as an example, that type of thing. This year, we had, as the Budget Committee was informed, the baler go down, and we had to replace the baler. So that cost us $12,970, and we're looking to replace that. We're also looking to see if we can get a grant. So we're trying to follow up. We've applied for a grant. We'll see if we get it as well, and if we do, we can probably drop that money into it if that's what the citizens want to do.
Any other questions on Public Works Expendable Trust Fund?
But we carried a baler in the budget this year, didn't we, for the?
I don't recollect.
No, they asked for a new one.
I don't recollect.
Yeah.
Was there?
Human Service Agencies?
Human Service Agencies, the ever-popular Human Service Agencies. So we're requesting $11,250 for the Human Service Agencies, such as Big Brother, Big Sisters, Home Health and Hospice Care, St. Joseph's Community Services, Meals on Wheels, Bridges, Community Council of Nashua, etc.
Can you repeat that amount?
$11,250.
So on the information that was posted on the town...
It went down because there was a change in the appropriation from
Okay.
one of the requestors,
Okay,
or requestees, I forget which you'd use in this case.
all right, so it's going to be a lump sum, and
And what we're hoping is people participate in this and decide who they want to send
they
it
want
to,
to
if
send it to.
anybody.
okay.
It's up to the citizens.
Just go on the dump on Sundays or Saturdays.
All right, town employee wage plan implementation.
We're looking for a sum of $30,000. I'd like to discuss with the Budget Committee, why not, why can't the town put this into the budget? It was a decision made that the schools increase for non-bargaining would stay in the budget. Why should the towns be different? And the Board of Selectmen at that point would be glad to remove the warrant article.
Well, in this situation, you're switching plans altogether, aren't you? You're restructuring it.
It's been restructured for 3 years now.
Valid point. I don't agree with it, but he's got a valid point.
That would have been,
Hmm?
no, I was,
Well, we're just hearing it tonight, so we're not making a decision.
I'm
So
saying,
that's-
I will not.
It's a valid point.
I think it's a
Frank's
valid.
got a totally valid point. I
I'm
mean,
not gonna
look,
add it.
I voted to keep the voters voting for the amount, so I'm gonna stay with my vote, but Frank has a 100% valid point, he is right.
Any other questions?
The information that I have is that the employees have not received any increases in 4 years, that the changes in all the variables, if you want to look at column variables, and you can look them up in the Bureau of Labor Statistics, all indicate that they're getting further and further behind. And quite bluntly, I'm worried that at some point, the employees are going to take and unionize.
Well, then we
We
can
have
vote for it. We vote on
We have a
the
copy
contract.
of the wage plan, don't we?
Wage
I
plan
think
as,
you asked for it, and I think we gave it to you.
wage plan as adopted is one of the links, so we can,
While ago,
it's in here.
I didn't hear your question, Bill.
Some backup for the warrant.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's all on the website. It's been up there now for,
So there were no adjustments when you went to the structure as to the wage?
no,
plan?
we asked for money to make those adjustments.
Mhm.
That's what this $30,000 is, as well as the merit
Right.
increases for the non-bargaining employees, and we did not get that.
Did we see increases in line items on various salaries?
You would
Targeting.
you would see a couple increases because people would have longevity bonuses, but you also probably saw increases in the police department because of the union contract.
Which is what the people voted on individually.
Well,
Right.
like I said before, I
Right.
believe if we vote on the teacher's contract and the police contract and everybody else's contracts and raises.
So let me ask you this, is this like the teacher's contract, and I was searching for this, so I may have missed if you just explained this. Is this like the teacher's contract where the approval of this is actually approving it for 3 years? Or is the,
What do you mean by approving it for 3 years? No.
so this is a 3-year plan, so by approving the
We
$30,000.
we tried to take and set up something so we could ask, for example, for $30,000 to start to make these adjustments. The estimated total amount of adjustments, although now because the plan is so old, we've got to go back and look at it again. The total adjustments were somewhere in the neighborhood, as I recollect, of about 80,000 that we needed to make. We're asking for 30,000.
But that's my question, by approving the 30,000,
You're
is
not
the,
approving it for 3 years, no.
we're not approving the plan, so then next year you can automatically implement year
Well,
2 and year
the
3.
Budget Committee doesn't approve the plan, that's only for the Board of Selectmen. The Budget Committee approves the money that we would use.
No,
But if you're asking, would you expect to see additional funds solicited from the 2016 budget, the answer is yes.
now what I'm asking is, when, for example, when we put the teacher's contract out, here's year 1, and here's the estimate for years 2 and 3. The understanding is, when you support this contract in year 1, then year 2 and 3 are automatic. So I'm asking, is this fashioned in that same way? You're asking the town to approve a plan, here's the year 1 money, so now 2 and 3 will automatically be part of the next 2
No,
budgets.
as I said, no, we're not
Okay.
asking that. We're asking for an appropriation of $30,000 to start this. If this is approved, we would then come back and decide whether we needed to put additional funds to make those adjustments and come back next year through the same process. And it would have to go through the same approvals. So,
Which means it would, like any other budget line, like we just spoke with the school, it would have to go through the Budget Committee. But clearly,
Right.
it would be the expectation that this, to be for consistency, this committee, because once you take the stance of a philosophy, you stick with it. So basically, it would be the expectation that they might come back with 50 or 60 or 70 grand, and you can't take it out. Once it's in, it's in. I mean, I guess you could, but you won't.
you
I
don't
mean,
have to approve it as a line item, that's a simple
I was just gonna
answer
say,
to it.
once you give somebody a raise, you give them a 2 or 3, whatever the number is, a raise, it's gonna be in the following year's budget at the raised amount. So, the
Plus-
30
plus the new
seed
raise.
money plus the new raise,
I
yep.
just think if I'm a voter and I see this, it's not very clear. Because if you're saying, I'm going to appropriate $30,000 for the first phase, and then you're changing your terminology that it's going to take 3 years, somebody might think, and just, you guys figure it out yourself, that if I'm voting for 30,000, I'm covered for 3 years, you're not going to ask me again. So I would just clarify. I mean, I can't address how you're going to do it, but from a clarity perspective.
Well, if it's in the budget, it doesn't need to be clarified.
Well, he's saying he's going to come back again in year 2, and I'm just saying, when I look at this, if I'm a voter,
He's not going to the voters, he would be coming to this table,
He just-
it'll be in the budget.
Okay.
So he's got to explain it to this table, and then the Budget Committee would have to explain it if
but I'm
necessary.
saying, the way it's written, I would think 30,000 would cover 3 years.
No, it's
It's
not.
just- it's not.
30,000 is the first.
I understand
Yeah.
that, I'm just saying to somebody who's voting on the warrant article might be a little
It
unhappy.
won't be a warrant, that's the point. It's going to be in the budget.
Well, that's the
Well,
discussion.
currently,
Right now, it's a
it's a
warrant.
warrant.
Yeah, all we're doing is listening to information.
Yep.
So I'd like to get a sense of the Budget Committee, whether they'd be willing to put that into the budget.
Haven't heard the rest of them yet.
I could support in the budget.
I won't, just because I like the idea.
He's your contrary son of a gun.
Because I just like to stay consistent.
I agree with you. My issue is you have different types of employees. You have people whose contracts and salaries are up for a vote and others who are not. So why should we be voting for teachers' contracts? I mean, they're
Well, and
all
I'm
employees.
confident that you make the case the voters support it, they always do, and they would continue. And I think it's a good case to make, because they're writing the checks, but
I just don't like
Mine
different
is
classes
just
of employees and
philosophy.
versus school and.
My thought process is still
Ray.
keep it as a warrant, because actually, I don't agree with what the school's doing. So, I mean, this is, just because we did it, and I voted, if you look at the vote, I voted no on that. But my first blush is to keep it as a warrant for now until we see the rest of the impact of all the rest of the budget, and then.
Okay, so people are handling the school and the town
I'm-
differently, because the vote on the
I'm
school and
not-
the town was 2-6. 2 people voted to keep it in the budget, 6 people voted against it. So I'm asking where's the consistency?
The other way around.
I voted to,
No, 2-6.
so you and I.
Wait, I'm
Right.
sorry.
I voted no.
No, it was the other way around. 2 people
Oh,
voted
were
to
you
take
in
it
the
out of the
room?
budget.
You may not have been.
It was, the motion was to take out $31,730. It failed by a vote of 2-6.
Yeah,
It means 2 people voted to take it out.
yep,
It was
The other one
Carrie and
voted to
myself.
keep it in.
Right, and 6 people voted to keep
yep.
Yeah,
it in the budget.
I think
So
it's-
I'm asking, where's the consistency?
Then I'm in
And I
error.
agree with you.
You voted in there.
My feeling is it's less confusing if it's in the budget.
I agree.
But that isn't a decision for tonight, right?
Well, he asked for a consensus, so the
asking
consensus
for a
is there anybody that has weighed in? Dan?
No, we're not committed to 30 grand right now. It's just whether yes or no, whether we want to put it in, and then we can continue discussion on it, right?
Yeah, he's just asking
Yeah.
for what the thought
I'm
process.
asking for
of-
people's thoughts is all
Yeah.
I'm asking for.
All right.
I don't know where that takes us.
I was gonna say, so you got a
Wait.
variety of answers. All right,
Oh, God, they're on overtime again. 'cause I'm-
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
I know, that's why I'm
Fire-
looking at the clock.
Fire department, lot paving.
So originally, the Board of Selectmen were looking to pave both the fire department as well as the recycling center parking lot. I went on a tour with the road agent, and basically, we agreed that the recycling center can probably wait a year. So we think we're okay with that. The fire department parking lot was originally quoted to the Board of Selectmen as costing $40,000. But that was going to be a shim and overlay, they call it. And the problem is that parking lot's totally broken up. In fact, if you look in your computer, you will see, Bill, you can see it right now, that the images show the parking lot's totally cracked and everything else. I mean, it's,
The septic system under part of that parking lot? At least there's some infrastructure under there.
I don't recollect. I don't know. I know that the propane tank's out the back and stuff like that. I don't know where the septic system is, right? So, the decision was, and the information I got is if we shim and overlay the fire department parking lot for $40,000, within 3, 4, 5 years, we'd be right back to where we started because the whole thing is broken up and the base wouldn't support it. So we went and got a quote to do a complete recovery of that parking lot. And the quote came in at $70,000. The $70,000 also includes the installation of a new drain that's in front of the doors for the exit for the fire trucks. And that drain will be connected into, excuse me, will be connected into the existing drain that's over as you face the building on the right side of the building and just fed out from there. So that'll move the water away. What's happening right now is you trap water because the Route 3A grade comes down, and it also comes down from the fire station, and it traps water right in there, so we're just trying to move the water away from there. So the quote is $70,000. That will give us a complete new parking area there, and then we'll be able to use our $7,500 striper and be able to put the,
Are you
Now, the
guys-
church shares that parking lot too. Are they involved in any of this?
we have not talked to the church. It's, the parking lot is owned by the municipality, not the church.
Not the church, they don't have any property.
Yeah, the only parking lot the church has, is a little semicircle in front of the church.
We can ask them if they would like to contribute, but I have a
Yeah,
sense
basket.
that they aren't going to be able to.
Maybe they can pay for the striping.
Yeah.
So I have a question. There's a discussion to start looking at what to do with the fire station. So how is this going to impact any future?
Well, all the discussions that I've ever been involved in over my 20 years of working in the town have always been that nobody wants to close down the Route 3A fire station. And if at some point in the future we move, we'd probably move next to the town hall, somewhere in that area. But that's way off in the future. We don't see it right now. I asked the question, could we do any modifications, and we are collecting information on whether we can do any modifications at all to the existing fire station. Right now, part of the problem we have is they're having difficulty even plowing that parking lot. And the reason is because you've got ruts in there where those fire trucks go in and out, and it bounces the plow, digs in and everything else. And this is all in the images that are on your document. And the other problem is we've got the hot top that's totally breaking up in areas, collapsing and everything else.
Well, that's the failure mechanism. Once you get cracks in there, then the water gets in the cracks, freezes, breaks it up some more. It's self-propagating, right?
And the cracks are not small cracks. You could actually pick chunks up out of there if you wanted to.
Again, I think you ought to figure out where that septic system is, because something tells me that it's underneath that parking lot.
It is.
Or some part of it is underneath that parking lot.
It's over to the right, I think,
Because
as you face.
the area out back is a farm field, and that's very wet. There's a drainage ditch. Based on my limited knowledge about the town of Litchfield, I think you'll find out that's where it's at.
There's another warrant article?
There's two other warrant articles, but neither of them are
That
related to
price.
the budget committee.
Okay.
No, it's not.
All right.
Not at all.
You and I know what we're talking about.
I'm telling you, it's not an appropriation warrant article.
I know that.
All right.
It just eliminates
The
budget
next,
committee.
if there's no,
No, it does not eliminate the budget
Ultimately,
committee.
it does.
if there's nothing else for warrant articles, Parks and Recreation, there was we received a quote.
All that information should be online.
Yep.
I don't have it drawn up, or do I? Let's see.
That was when Fairpoint cut out today, so I didn't print it.
Yeah, so the bid from the contractor for the mowing was $39,100. I put that online. I also put out the RFQ online, so you could see what was quoted against. This bid does not include the maintenance and repair of the sprinkler systems at the school. All it includes is the spring, excuse me, I'll call it the spring startup, making sure, doing a check every 2 weeks on it, and then the blow down and shut down during the fall season for preparation for the winter. But repairs will have to be taken, somehow handled. The Rec Commission had requested that an additional $1,900 to repair that system be put in. If you look in there, you'll see part of the problem they're having at least at Dara is that the water they're pumping is heavily loaded with iron, and it is creating havoc with the sprinkler system.
So if I'm looking at this correctly, because it was a long time ago, 650 maintenance was budgeted at a proposed budget of $43,250.
That was the budget to include mowing as well as the maintenance on the sprinklers.
Right.
And that was an estimate based upon prior year's quotes and stuff.
Mhm.
The budget committee requested to wait until we got the actual quote in, which we have in front of you here.
Mhm.
And what I'm saying is that additional portion for sprinkler maintenance is $1,900. So the $3,900 plus $1,900,
39,000. 39,000, not 100. Right? Or you said
No.
30? You said
could be
3,900.
41,000.
You said 3,900.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, did I? Okay, my correction. You're right then.
41,000, so a reduction of
2,000.
$2,250. Okay, that's what I was trying to understand.
So that would then give you an appropriate line item for the mowing as well as the sprinkler maintenance.
All right, does somebody want to make a motion to reduce line 650 field maintenance by $2,250?
Motion made.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, hold it.
We reviewed it on 11/6, if that helps.
This is 650,
650, yep.
and the motion is what?
To reduce by $2,250, which gives them the $41,000 that the quote came in at.
So the new number is?
All right, you're gonna ask me to do that math? The bottom line will be $81,383.
That's the bottom line. I'm sorry, what's the 650 number we're voting on?
The 650 number is $41,000 even.
41,000 even?
Yep.
Okay. Let's vote.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so that passes 800.
And we're not doing bottom line.
Now, if you
No.
want, while we got the budgets open, if you want to add in that 30,000.
Right next to that.
Where's your violin?
All right. We got final voting in January, so we can certainly take that up then. All right, that concludes town business. Member input, new business.
I have about 3 items. One, Frank, would it be possible, since you're my expert, to see what the forecasts are for oil, heating oil?
I gave those to the Budget Committee.
Okay.
You want to see if they're revised? I think the last time they came out was,
Okay, I looked at that,
November
for gasoline, I
17th.
never looked at it for fuel oil, so. That had the fuel oil in it also?
I thought so. I thought I gave a link, and I thought it had both, I thought it had natural gas, gasoline, and I don't know, you may be right, I don't know if it had fuel oil or
I
not.
wasn't looking, so I don't know if it did or not. Okay.
I don't remember either, no, just said no.
Have something, so I know what we're talking about.
I don't know how often they update it, but I'll look.
Okay. 2 things. We got the school revenue projection, forecast, or whatever you want to call it. And I asked a question, and Frank couldn't respond because it wasn't on the agenda. Shouldn't we have a discussion on the school revenue forecast, since you're going to need it to put your presentation and everything together?
Yes, and I thought we had that, but we didn't take, oh, you know why? It was 2 days ago, and we actually did not have that because of the lateness of the evening. So what I think I would like to do, we are receiving the school district warrants on Thursday, December 18th, so that might be a good time to also have a discussion on revenues.
Okay. And did we vote curriculum?
We have,
We were waiting for Dr.
we
Wade.
have, yeah, we're waiting for a presentation.
So do we have that
not
scheduled
that.
too?
You know, I believe it's supposed to be the same night as special education, but I will now have to double check that. I think that's what we moved that to. I will confirm that.
That's all I have.
I do have one question, I just want to confirm that this, I mean, other than what was, Bill had asked me tonight, there is nothing else that I believe the town owes the Budget Committee. You've got everything from us. correct?
I believe that's correct.
You've got revenues, you've got,
I had
the only thing you don't have is default.
Fault, yep.
Dylan's default, and I had an open question on the solid waste, and what the costs are running this year.
Did that come out?
Yeah, it was in the meeting, asked Jason.
No, but I'm wondering if we gave you that. I don't know if, I don't recollect. I'll
No,
find out.
no.
Okay.
I asked for the best guess of what the numbers are gonna be at the end of the year. And I know Dave's worked something out, but I haven't been able to help in a couple of weeks.
All right. Can we move on to public input? If there's no public input, a motion to adjourn.
So maybe.
Second? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay. Our next meeting is next Tuesday, December 16th.
And just as a reminder,
And I may
we
be a
will
few
have a
minutes late.
substitute, and so we may,
I may be a few minutes late, I'm
okay,
not sure.
that's fine. Okey dokey.